So I really, really think I wish people would be interested enough in their own religion or doubt of it to go to rickquestionsthings.com and read what I wrote and posted yesterday. You'll see that, it's impossible for Jesus to love me because Jesus isn't alive. How can someone who isn't alive love me? You can't. Tasha, I'm on here and there. Nice. If you're on, hey, go back to YouTube Live again and see, make sure my audio is working this time. I hope it is. Testing. Oh, what's up, Serge? My friend, what's happening? What's up? I wasn't baptized. I don't have a religion, or I don't belong to one. Good, because religion is bondage. There's nothing in it for you. I've not been on your lives in ages. I know, Vic. Can you baptize me into your faith? I would love to be your apostle. Boston, what's up, man? Oh, good, Tammy. Thank you. Yeah, check it out and let me know what you think. Do you have a pinned post about your journey? So I have written about it. There is one of the early posts that I wrote. Thank you, Liz, on rickquestionsthings.com. It's called Reasons for Departure. That's what it was called. Yeah, all the gang is here. Yes, of course. Reasons for Departure. So you can read some of my journey there. And then, like I said, I just posted yesterday. It's a post called Why I Am No Longer a Christian. And I took 2 days, the spare time that I had within 2 days, and just kind of put together real quick some explanation of what led me intellectually out of the faith. Okay. And so if you're interested in that, I really think you should be. I think at the very least, you should go read it and have an idea of what someone like me might say about these things. Why did I leave Christianity? What were the intellectual reasons? It's working. It's a little more quiet. Oh, the audio is weird. What are the mute? There's an unmute, but I can't adjust the audio. Did you ever look at Islam? Yes. I mean, I've read the Quran a few times, and Islam only exists because Christianity exists. If Christianity didn't exist, Islam wouldn't exist. Islam, as well, is a product of human beings in their own historical context. It's a work of imagination. Oh, good. Okay, Tasha. Yeah, I have read The God Delusion a while back. Infidel. Dave. Actually, I have a signed Dawkins book on my shelf that somebody gave me. A good friend of mine. What's up, Daniel? Sup, bro? What's happening? If you meet Jesus, would you choose him, though? If you met Allah, would you choose him? That's kind of the same thing you're asking, I mean, or if I met a unicorn, would I believe in unicorns, right? If Jesus appeared to me right here in this room, and this is why I can tell you he doesn't exist, because he's not going to do anything like this. Here we have a total of, over 200 people watching this, and this is 200 people he could reveal himself to. What up, Shane? So, if Jesus appeared to me in this room, just stood next to me and said, "What are you doing?" I mean, of course. Why? I mean, I would believe. I wouldn't have to believe. I would know, right? I wouldn't have to believe. Anything that you have to believe, you shouldn't. You shouldn't believe anything. Why believe anything? There are so many different things that people believe out there, and you just happen to believe what you believe. Because of what reasons? Well, there are a number of reasons. You were influenced in a number of different ways to believe what you believe. There are thousands and thousands of different beliefs out there, and there's a reason you believe the one you believe, and you believe that every other thing is wrong and not true, and that's why you don't believe those things. Why believe anything at all? You don't have to believe anything. Belief is irrelevant. And so I can't believe in Jesus because I don't believe in anything. It's irrelevant to me. Why would I choose to believe in Jesus? Why would I choose to believe in unicorns? Why would I choose to believe in Zeus? It's just pointless to me. There's no reason for me to believe in Zeus. And there's no reason for me to believe in any gods because it's just the work of human imagination. And so you take these ancient doctrines and these ancient mythologies, you bring them into 2024 with you, and you continue to believe them, and it has nothing to do with us. It's absolutely and totally irrelevant to human beings in the year 2024. It has nothing to do with us. Nothing. You'll see that if you go to rickquestionsthings.com. I just posted a post yesterday, why I am no longer a Christian. And you'll see why it has nothing to do with us. There's no prophecy that's going to be fulfilled. There are no end times that, these religious end times, that doesn't exist. It's not a thing. Hell doesn't exist. I wrote about that. Hell doesn't exist. There is no place like hell, this eternal conscious torment. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. There is no hell. There is no judgment coming. None of it. None of it is coming. None of it is true. How do you know? Well, if you go to rickquestionsthings.com, I just wrote about it yesterday, how I know. And I do know. I know 100% without a doubt that Christianity is not true, that Islam is not true, that Judaism is not true, that Mormonism is not true. None of these religions are true. None of them. It doesn't mean, and I said this in my post as well, it doesn't mean you don't find truths in those religions. It doesn't mean you don't find truths in the Harry Potter series. It doesn't mean you don't find truths in the Narnia books or in Star Wars or in religions. But any religion is not the truth. It's not true. It may contain truths, but they aren't the truth. They aren't true. And I went into detail. on rickquestionsthings.com why I have everyone triggered. I know. I'm gonna have to change the topic here in a minute before I get gone. So what do you believe? I don't believe in anything. What I experience is this existence right here, right now, in this moment. I experience this moment right here, right now. That is what exists. I don't have to believe anything to experience this moment. There is no past. There is no future. Everything is this moment here, right now. It's this existence. And I am not separate. You are not separate from this existence. You are this moment. You are what makes this moment. We are what make this moment. And we're all this one existence. There is no separation between us. Separation is an illusion. I don't have to believe that. This is what I experience. This is an experience. Look at this. We are here right now. I'm clapping my hands. That's existence. That's something I experience. I don't have to believe that. Yeah, we're busting. We're the ocean of being. Alan Watts. Oh, Alan Watts manifesting. Now I see what you're saying, Xander. Alan Watts manifesting your thoughts. Okay, gotcha. Alan Watts, I love. Here he is, right here on my shirt. I have all kinds of Alan Watts shirts and all kinds of stuff that stickers that I make and design, but other kinds of shirts and stuff too, on rickquestionsthings.com. Alan Watts, I discovered, I left Christianity. Hey, always learning. What's up? I left Christianity over a decade ago, got out of ministry, left Christianity over 10 years ago. And it wasn't long after that. I don't know, I'd say probably right at 10 years ago, I discovered Alan Watts. And when I discovered Alan Watts, something that he was saying, I had never heard of him before. And I was just like, I was driving to work and listening to things, and he came on, and it resonated with me. And I said, my gosh, who is this guy? He's saying things I've never heard about, And what it was when I was a Christian, I looked at every other ideology as just completely wrong and demonic and all that kind of stuff. Well, Alan Watts took Eastern philosophies and wisdoms and he interpreted them in a way that the Western mind could understand. And so when I heard these things, I'd never heard it before, and I thought, man, this is crazy. This sounds so new to me. And I started looking into it and studying it, and I journeyed philosophically through all kinds of Eastern literature and wisdoms, and just the non-duality paths are what really resonated with me. And so I'm nothing. I don't have any religion. I don't have any beliefs, but I'm kind of an eclectic philosophically, I suppose. And so I've learned to be. That's it. I am. I can say I am. And people say that's blasphemy because only God can say I am. Well, here I am. I am. And if that makes me God, then I am God. And so are you. All right, Mark. Are you at peace? Yes. Yes. So the thing is, religion promises peace and can never deliver it. Religion is bondage. When you break free from religion, you find the peace that religion promises eventually. So I gotta catch up on some of these comments too. You find the peace that religion promises but can never deliver, because religion and peace are mutually exclusive. You'll never find them together ever, because religion is bondage. Religion has inherent in it is guilt and conviction and sin and separation. And that's the biggest thing, is that religions are based on this idea of separation between you and God, separation between you and nature, separation between you and other people, the in people and the out people, and all that kind of stuff. It's all separation. It perpetuates the illusion of separation. And separation is just that. It's an illusion. Thoughts on sin. Yeah, right along the same veins. I mean, there is no such thing as sin. Sin is a religious concept. It's a human concept that religious human beings made up for control and guilt and conviction. Sin doesn't exist. Religion is manipulative. Exactly, Shay. It is. It's manipulative, it's controlling, and it's brainwashing and programming is what it is. Yeah, King, no sin. There's no such thing as sin because there's no God to sin against. Morality is relative to the times and cultures in which we live and exist and move. I mean, look at the Bible. Even morality evolved throughout the course of the Bible. I mean, you have God in the Old Testament, men, women, children, and infants. Yeah, they're flying and busting, and they're animals. Like, that's not. Nobody would say, "Oh, that's a good God today." Nobody would say that. Because oh, it says hello, but I don't see that in the chat. Nobody would say that because they look back and see how horrible these atrocities were. You see the stories in the Old Testament that were okay and morally okay to the people of God in the Old Testament, and today it's not, because you see, and even in the New Testament it's not, because in the Bible you see this moral evolution taking place where things are good and then they're not, even in the Bible, even according to God. And you see all this evolution taking place. And so even within religion, morality is relative. So all over the world and all over history, you find the relativity of morality. So there is no ultimate sin. There's no objective sin, no objective right and wrong. There's no objective morality. You find culturally nuanced morality, culturally created human concept morality. And there are consequences depending on the times and culture and places and people. There are consequences, different consequences throughout time and culture for breaking the moral code, whatever that is at the moment. Glad you changed the live to men. Christmas party last night. Oh, nice, Shay. Yeah, I'm glad too then. Good. Consequences? Yeah, there are consequences to within a culture, consequences to breaking the culture's idea of morality. But that varies depending on the culture and times. Did something bad happen to you? No. I mean, I intellectually worked my way out of Christianity, and you can read it right there on rickquestionsthings.com. I just posted yesterday about it. Why I am no longer a Christian. It was an intellectual journey out. Nobody did anything to me. Nobody hurt me. I wasn't hurt by anybody. I didn't love my sin. I mean, all those things that all the Christians mimic and parrot, none of that. I mean, it just isn't true. It was an intellectual journey out. How did Christianity start? Well, by the New Testament, which was written after 70 CE. So the New Testament is all about the destruction of Jerusalem. So you had these believers post-Jerusalem destruction. The temple was destroyed in 70 CE or 70 AD, if you prefer. And these people had the Israelites that survived that destruction and captivity by the Romans had no idea how to continue their existence as the people of God, right? So they come up with, after the fact, I mean, these writings were written 100 years after the supposed life and death of Jesus, right? Whether he really existed or not is a big debate, and it doesn't even matter, honestly, because the Jesus that you read about in the New Testament never existed. That Jesus never existed. Those are all fabrications to perpetuate a religion that really found its end in 70 CE with the destruction of Jerusalem and the temple. But they perpetuated it. They continued on that religion by creating the New Testament and by creating these mythologies around and these fabrications around this character, Jesus, the Messiah. And that's the birth of Christianity. That's how Christianity began. And that's exactly what I just wrote about on rickquestionsthings.com. You can read that and let me know what you think. Yeah, it is, Gary. Alan Watts, you are the universe experiencing itself, it says. You can find that on rickquestionsthings.com as well. How would you base your full belief off the Bible anyways? Yeah, many people do, right? I mean, that's the basis of many people's beliefs. That's the basis. I mean, if the Bible didn't exist, there would be no Judeo-Christian religion. There would be no Islam. The Abrahamic religions wouldn't even exist if the Bible didn't exist, right? So anybody who is any part of the Abrahamic religions base their beliefs on the Bible, all of it, their whole belief on the Bible, because that's the foundation of their belief. If that book didn't exist, none of those religions would exist. Oh, there's another parrot comment. There's no such thing as an ex-Christian. You were never one to begin with. I mean, that's your belief, and it's a wrong belief. Well, I mean, actually, it's a correct belief, because there are no such things as real Christians. That doesn't exist. Everyone that's a Christian thinks they believe they're a real Christian, meaning something supernatural. That doesn't exist. So I was never a true Christian. Yeah, you're right. If you mean by that something supernatural, I believed I was. I believed I had a supernatural event that regenerated me, to become one of the people of God, one of the elect, or one of the saved, however you want to put it. But that just it isn't true. It isn't real. Nobody is a true Christian. If you mean by that something supernatural happens by that God, Yahweh, or Jesus, or the Holy Spirit, because none of that exists. None of it is real. So the Bible is fiction. Essentially, yes, it really is. And you can read about that here on rickquestionsthings.com. And it's time to wake up. And I honestly, it doesn't matter if you believe me or not. I don't want you to believe me. I just want to put these things out there for those who need to hear it or want to hear it, or who are looking for for someone like me to feel a sense of connection with, because there are a lot of people who are experiencing these truths or that are doubting and finding their way out of these religions. And that's why I'm here. I don't care if you hear me and you're like, oh, I'm giving up Christianity. That doesn't matter to me. I'm not here to try to tell you to quit being a Christian. That's not why I'm here. I'm just here speaking truth, because there are people out, for one, it's fun for me. It's entertaining. I enjoy talking about these things because it was my life for my entire life until 10 years ago, a little over 10 years ago. So it was, I mean, it's my master's degree. It's everything. How are you staying on? I'm going to hop on later. Shimmy Alan Watts hoodie. Nice. Oh, I'll be on for a long time. It'll be a few of these in though. So it'll get fun. I'll be here and I want to see that. Definitely. I loved your Midnight Gospel one. Spicy. I know. I say I'll be here. TikTok may decide otherwise. Yeah, me too, Vic. I do too. Because I haven't in a while. I haven't binged Midnight Gospel in a while. It's so good. Yeah. Chris says he taught some nice things, but sorry, put my arm in your face. He taught some nice things, but so did Buddha, etc. But he's no Messiah, right? Well, and he didn't teach nice things. Yeah, me too. I did too, Vic, for a long time. He didn't teach nice things. The New Testament writers put words in this character's mouth that could be considered nice things. So I mean, if someone says, well, Jesus tells me to love you. Oh, good. Okay, that's good. I don't argue with that. But it wasn't Jesus who told you to do that. I feel like it's more than likely your own sense of being that feels that loving people is a good thing to do. It's beneficial. It feels nice, rather than being angry and hateful and mean, which doesn't feel nice. So it's really not even Jesus that tells us to love people. Jesus didn't, we don't know anything that Jesus said. If Jesus even existed, we don't know a single thing that Jesus said, because the New Testament is a fabrication. Those red words, those red letters were put in Jesus' mouth. They're written and ascribed to this Jesus character that we don't even know if he existed or not. And people say, well, the scholars say that he was a historical guy, right? Well, do the research, because there's like no evidence that this guy actually existed. And I don't debate that, because it doesn't matter whether he did or not. Why do people believe Alan Watts? I forgot. Nobody believes Alan Watts, but you shouldn't believe God either, because God doesn't exist. You shouldn't believe any person. You don't have to believe anything. You don't have to believe anything. Bobby says, you're here, you're real. And I don't have to believe that. That's existence. That's experience. That's what I experience. This moment, this existence that I am. Okay, Shay. Oh, flu. Oh, man. Well, hopefully it's not the real flu. But it's good seeing you. I'll see you soon. Are you atheist? I'm not atheist. I'm not theist. I'm not atheist. I don't label myself at all. I don't have a label. Yeah, believe in yourself, because inside you already know exactly. Yeah, you already know, and you don't have to believe when you know, right? So if you go within and you find the truth, you find that you are what you're seeking. There, I say it right there. You are what you are seeking. You are what you're seeking. You don't. That's what you know. You don't have to believe that. That's what you discover. Some real trolls in here causing trouble. Yeah, I do have moderators. There's always trouble making trolls. Yeah, I'm not an atheist. I'm not a theist. I'm not an agnostic because I don't label myself at all. And nobody, I mean, everybody wants you to label yourself. There's so much pressure to join a camp. Well, you must be this, you must be that. And I'm not. I don't label myself. I transcend those labels because labels separate, and I transcend separation. Separation is an illusion. I mean, even scientifically, physically, if you get down to the smallest particle, I mean, that's what we are. We're all made of the same stuff or the same nothingness, whatever you want to, however you want to look at it, because you get down deep enough, you'll see empty space. We're all the same stuff, even physically. And then you zoom out far enough, we're all the same existence, this one existence. It's this one organic flowing process that's inseparable. And because you think you're separate from me, then you believe that we're truly separate beings and entities. And you have, yeah, we're all stardust, exactly. And you have a separate soul, and I have a separate soul. But we don't. We are existence. We are existence, inseparable from each other. But religion puts us at war with each other, doesn't it? Religion against religion. Christians against atheists, Christians against Muslims, Muslims against Jews. You know, all this separation and war and anger and hatred that religion brings. It divides what shouldn't be divided. We're one. We truly are one. We're this one existence. That's what we are. And that we are separate is just an illusion. It's just an illusion. The same materials than we know. Yeah, the ocean of being, right. Busted. That's one of my favorite analogies. I live on an island, and then I surf, and I go to the beach all the time, or at least drive and look at it. It's right down the road. Some of you were on my live when I was on a bike ride on the seawall the other day. And I look out at the water, and I see the ocean. And I see waves. Those waves aren't separate waves. They're not separate entities out there. It's just the ocean. It's the ocean waving, right? And existence is an ocean of being. It's the ocean of being. And you are that ocean. I am that ocean. We're the ocean waving. We're not separate waves entities. We're just the ocean of being waving in the form of me and you, but it's all the ocean. You get down deep enough and you see it's just this ocean of being. It's this existence. It's the cosmic energy. The flow and play of cosmic energy is what we are, and we're all that. You're that. I'm that, and we don't need religion. And religion is just a human concept. It's human imagination. Do you understand how small these concepts really are? Do you understand how religions are so small? They're so small-minded. Like, oh, here we are, these little entities, and there's a big God up there. We better do right, or we're going to go to hell or heaven, or blah, blah, blah. It's so small-minded. They're human concepts. It's human imagination. It's so much bigger than that. Like, you are existence. You don't need a religion. What religion do you need? What could you possibly worship when you are everything that exists? What could you worship? Why? I mean, worship implies something separate that you're going to bow down to or try to serve. There is nothing greater than you, the real you, existence itself, the ocean of being. There's nothing greater than that. We're all of that, every one of us. And so when you look at me, you should see existence. And then you think, wait, I'm that same existence. That's not just a Rick over there. That's me. Like, this is all me. And I don't mean the ego me, like not everything is Rick. That's not what I mean. I am existence just as you are. I'm the flow of cosmic energy. I'm the universe. I'm whatever you want to call it, whatever it is, even stardust, whatever it is, that's what you are. And that's what I am in the form of all these different, it's the ocean of being waving and all these different forms of waves. Yes, but how did we originate? That's an irrelevant question. How did we originate is an irrelevant question. The smartest person in the world, definitely not. But I am the world. I am existence, just as you are. You are that as well. I appreciate you. Yeah, we're the universe experiencing itself. Exactly. We're one. True. Exactly. Happy Saturday. Hello, Joy. Thank you. I'm kind of scrolling back. How did we originate? That was the question. How did we originate is an absolutely irrelevant question because you can't answer it because there is no origination. There's no origination. All that exists is this moment right here, right now, this existence. So why ask, how did we originate? Yeah, we're energy. We're the cosmic energy of all things, of the universe, of existence. Exactly, Melon. So to ask, how did we originate? Who created us? All those are religious concepts. Those are religious ideas that have been put into your mind that are absolutely irrelevant. You're right, Vic. No one knows, and no one can know, and no one ever will know because the thing is, there is no origination. There is existence. Origination implies something more than one, implies two. And there are two. There is existence only. And I say only, but it's everything. It's everything. Everything. And there is no origination. You had to be created. Why do you say that? That's a religious idea that, hey, Tim, that's a religious idea that has been planted in your brain. Why do you ask you had to be created? Why do you ask that? Why do you say that? What makes you say that? Think about it. What makes you say that? Religion. That's it. Just religion. That's just religion. It's a religious concept. It's human imagination, and it's irrelevant and unnecessary. You have no creator because you are existence. You don't need a creator. You are existence. Do you believe Jesus was a good man? There was no Jesus that I'm. The thing is, you're asking me, was Jesus of the New Testament a good man? That Jesus does not exist. He never existed. The New Testament is fabricated. It's a fabrication. Am I still live over here? My connection was poor. We need a creator because we had a beginning to our existence. How do you know that? What were you there when this beginning that you are talking about, were you there? Is this something you experienced? How do you know? Why do you say that there was a beginning to your existence? There is existence only. There is existence. And in order, I mean, if you say, well, existence has to have a beginning and has to have a creator, well, then you defeat your own argument because your God would have to have a creator. Your own God would have to have, the very existence of God would have to have a creator by that logic. And it's just unnecessary and it's absurd. It's freedom of religion. It's freedom from religion. Religion is bondage. Cold where you are? Yeah, it got cold, Joy. It's 47 right now. It was 35 this morning, which is just freezing cold here. I'm ready for the tropic weather. There's only definitely right, exactly. Humans have such issue with submitting themselves to the fact of being a creation because it's a religious concept. Why would you submit yourself to a belief? It's a belief. Yeah, we're this in South Georgia, right? Yeah, us either. It's a belief. You're trying to put your belief out there, and it's unnecessary. I want no part of it. I don't believe anything. Why do you want me to believe that I have a creator when I know that I don't? Because I don't experience a creator right here, right now, and I know it's utterly unnecessary. It's absolutely irrelevant. It's a figment of your imagination. It's a human concept. It's a religious concept. The only reason you think that is because of religion. Yeah, it's cult-like. Yeah, exactly, Ian. It is. It is. It's programming. It's religious programming. It's Ice Snake. Ice Snake says you will have 8 demons in you. There's no demons. Demons don't exist, my friend. There is no Satan. There is no demon. You are absolutely deluded in that sense. Like, you believe ancient people's imaginations, but they believe in a magic man in the sky who controls the earth. Right? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I don't believe in demons either. Yeah. Why believe in demons? Do you see demons? No, you can't see them. They're all around you. Are they? Am I waving and hitting them right now? No, they don't exist. They don't exist. There are no demons. Ex-Christian here and pastor's son. Oh man, I'm glad you're here. The Old Testament, human beings. That's Israel's legitimization of itself. It's just trying to legitimize itself as the people of God, a nation, a people set apart from the pagan nations around them. That's it. That's all the Old Testament is. It's nothing divine, nothing supernatural. It's human beings, the Israelites, trying to legitimize themselves as a nation, as the people of God, as distinct from everyone around them. And you can find in the Old Testament influences of the ancient Near Eastern mythologies around them. Even in the creation narrative, when you read the Hebrew, there's mimicry of the language of the ancient Babylonian creation myths and things like that. So, I mean, when you read when you read Genesis in Hebrew, it mimics, like, it even takes on the language, the divine language of ancient Near Eastern creation narratives around them. So they borrow the creation myths of the religions around them to create their own creation myth. And so the Old Testament is just written by human beings trying to legitimize themselves as the divine people of God. That's it. That's all it is. And the New Testament is no different. The New Testament is a product of human beings who were just trying to understand, how could God let Jerusalem and the temple be destroyed in 70 CE by the Romans? That's all. That's the only reason the New Testament exists, is because they've gone through these events of the temple being destroyed, Jerusalem being destroyed by the Romans, and they can't explain it, they can't understand it, and so they work up this theological narrative and this socio-political narrative, one that is now friendly to Rome. You should notice, give to Caesar what is Caesar's, and carry the Roman soldiers' gear, right? There's a reason those things are in the New Testament. Turn the other cheek, right? It's totally different than the Old Testament. And there's a reason for that, because Jerusalem had just been destroyed and they don't want it to happen again. So the New Testament exists because Jerusalem was destroyed in 70 CE or 70 AD, if you prefer. And that's why the New Testament exists. It's human beings trying to understand those events in light of their faith, in light of their theology, in light of their religion, and in light of the even the religions around them. How did the belief in God start? Good question. I mean, but it's, we don't know, because you find all kinds of, you find cultures that never believed in God. If you do the research, there are various cultures that never believed in a God or anything like that, or they believed in some pantheistic type belief that everything is this, not God, but divinity sort of thing. I mean, you just find beliefs all over the place, and then you find no beliefs in some cultures as well. I read that involved a fear of the dark. Well, yeah, it's things like that. I mean, it's definitely. I mean, how did belief in God start? Dave's got the point. I mean, when you really get down to it, It's to explain the mysterious. Thunder. What is thunder? Well, it's the gods that are angry or mad or shouting or stomping. What is the earth and how is it? What is it resting on? Well, it's resting on the backs of turtles. Elephants are holding it up, and the elephants are standing on the backs of turtles. I mean, that was a real ancient cosmology. There was a dome, and the elephants were on top of the turtles, and the turtles were resting the earth on their backs. I mean, that's so you see all kind. Yeah, dark equals night, scary things, light equals day. You can see the scary thing, right? Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly right. So it's just, I mean, it's an explanation which started good versus evil. That's right, exactly. What they couldn't explain. God of the gaps, can't explain by science. And those gaps smaller as a result. Yeah, which evolved into God versus Satan. Right, right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. How does rain fall? It must be a god, so we have to sacrifice people and animals so that we get more of this rain that the gods provide. Thank you, Biko. I appreciate that. I know some, I know some shit. Yeah, you do. Great. Guest request waiting. So on Fridays, I let guests on, but just not yet in a little bit. I'm about to go refresh my drink. Guest requests. I usually go about, thank you, Barbara, go about halfway through the live, just myself interacting with comments, and then the second half of the live, when I get into my drinks and into and everybody gets tired and I get tired, then I start letting guests on. Give the guests the upper hand. No, actually, I've been having a lot of good guests on that are we have some really good conversation. And what I'm not interested in is debates, because debates are never genuine. They are egos who are just trying to prove their points, and they have no interest in genuine conversation or anything like that. But I'm going to go make another drink. I'll be right back. Hello. Hello. Thanks for the subscription on YouTube, Edward. I appreciate that. I am going to try to migrate more and more over to YouTube, because I don't trust TT. I don't trust TT. They're too happy with their, you know, people off TT, and so I don't trust them, and they, they're too quick to do things like that. So I'm going to migrate as much as possible over to YouTube over the next, I don't know. I've been saying this for a long time, actually. So I hope I do. I really hope I make an effort to migrate more over to YouTube. What do you think about nihilism? It's just human beings trying to figure things out. I don't subscribe to anything in particular. It's human beings trying to figure things out. It's philosophy, it's human concepts at work again. When we would just realize that we are this existence, experiencing this existence right here, right now, then we have no need to philosophize. We have no need to be a nihilist. We have no need to be a theist or an atheist or any philosophical position and label. We don't need. It's unnecessary. Percenter. 3%er. So let's see what I can do here. Let me do that. Minimize that. Dave, you still on? Yeah, Dave. Is freedom without religion in my life. I have more purpose than ever. Right. It's so true because religion and freedom are mutually exclusive, because religion is bondage. It is bondage. So Dave said, you should read some of it to us. I might do that. Let's see. Why I am no longer a Christian. It's really long. I would never do that to you. I would never read this whole thing to you. That would be rude. I too am a recovering Christian, Edward says. Even after 40 years, it still is in my head. Wow. Edward, what's in your head? Like, what do you still wrestle with? I wonder, because, a lot of people deal with that. I'm no longer Muslim. I'm very glad to hear that. Just a paragraph or two. Yeah, for sure. I'm curious what Edward wrestles with. I understand. I get it. So the way I started the post was, I said, understandably, and you can see this in the comments tonight, understandably, I'm often bombarded with a barrage of questions each week during my live sessions, in video comments, and through emails on rickquestionsthings.com about why I left the ministry and Christianity. And while I've written about this topic before, it seems fitting to share another post explaining the core reasons for why I am no longer a Christian. And again, this post is not exhaustive. It isn't covering the entire picture. I mean, it's covering like, a percent. 99% of the whole story is left untold in this post. I would have to write a book. Oh, thank you, Eddie, for the subscription on YouTube as well. I'm a witness of Holy Spirit. Oh, Ron, dang, I'm disappointed. I did not think you were going to say that. That's disappointing, my friend. But it's okay. Seventh-day Adventist. Tina Lafayette. Is that your last name, or are you from Lafayette? It was disappointing. Okay. I'm originally from Louisiana, and there's a Lafayette, Louisiana. I know there's a West Lafayette, Indiana as well, because I've been there. So that's how I started it. And then I said, in one part, I understand the shock, the fear, the feelings of threat and offense my claims might evoke. And people do get offended, and the parents get offended. People get mad and angry at the things that I say when I'm just speaking truth. I'm never disrespectful. I'm never mean. I'm never, thanks, Xander. I'm never trying to be rude or anything like that, but people do get mad. Then I said, yet occasionally, this is what I was saying a while ago, yet occasionally someone comes along who is genuinely interested or becomes interested in these things or is going through a process of deconstruction themselves, which, by the way, when I left Christianity and ministry, there was no such thing as deconstruction. That was not a thing back in those days. Boudin. Yeah. Thank you for the heart. Oh, Edward says, over the years, things will happen in my life, and the first thought I have will bounce back to me being a teenager and the idea of what will Jesus do, whereas it doesn't matter. I now tell people I am an evangelical atheist. I had a friend who called himself a Christian agnostic for a long time because he still was hanging on to Christianity, but he was also agnostic about it all. Now he's an atheist now, he would say, I think. Whereas I don't label myself anything at all, but I understand why people do. But yeah, I get that, Edward. I know. Filled with the Holy Spirit. Well, the Holy Spirit doesn't exist, so that is your imagination. I'm just telling you the truth. I'm just being honest with you. I'm not being disrespectful. Just being honest that it's your imagination. There is no Holy Spirit. Holy Spirit, you do not exist. I almost said an annoying word. Do something to show these people that you exist if you do exist. I'm even willing for you to me right here on this live. Do it. And it's not going to happen. I can say those things because I know it's not going to happen because I know the Holy Spirit doesn't exist. God doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. They can't handle the truth, right? You exist. And I don't mean the ego you. That's just an illusion. That's just something that is here and gone. But you are existence right here in this moment right now. That's what exists. I believe in something you can't see out there in this supernatural realm that has, that's going to judge you or who's going to, right, Bustin, or who's going to hold you to some ancient, irrelevant doctrine or creed or theology. that just doesn't exist. And why believe in something that doesn't exist? You don't have to believe in anything at all whatsoever. You don't have to believe in anything. You can be, not believe, be. I am existence. I am here experiencing this existence right here, right now as existence. I am the cosmic energy at play, flowing through this existence as so many different forms, but I am that energy nonetheless, and so are you. We all are. Separation is an illusion. We are existence right here, right now. I've raised my teenage daughter to be an atheist. She has had a much happier life than I did in those years, man. I believe it 100%. Yeah, because religion is I don't know what words I can and can't say. That's why I'm just so over this platform. It's ADUSE, right? Religion is detrimental to the young minds. Yeah, it does, Christopher. But I am thankful for this community that we've built here on TikTok. So interesting seeing the religious reaction to all of this. Right, I know. Ron Nirvana. It is so interesting. And it always is. And I always I'm ready to migrate to YouTube, exactly. I always get bombarded with all kinds of, good, Jonathan, with all kinds of insults and, you're blaspheming and, you're going to hell and blah, 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 right? All those things I requested. Okay, original guy. So what I was telling people earlier, I always take 99 times out of 10, I take guests on Saturdays, tonight's Saturday. I usually go live on Fridays. But first I respond to a lot of comments and I talk a lot. And then later on in live, I start taking guests. So I would never open my mind when I did if it weren't for TikTok. I know exactly. Yeah. So there's definitely some good in it, in the platform. And I'm thankful for that for sure. You muted me? I didn't mute anybody. Have you seen me touch this screen? I haven't muted anybody. Not one single time tonight have I touched the screen to mute or anything. A moderator might have, so you probably said something that was absurd or unintelligent, probably. But they only mute if it's just like utterly ridiculous. So I don't know. I don't know if he did or not. I'm just saying that's normally the things that they mute, or just spamming over and over and over with all caps or something like that. Because I can't pay attention to every single comment. I have 3 screens open. Oh, you're currently reading The God Delusion. Yeah, I've read it. That's not the one I have signed. I'm trying to remember what I have signed by Dawkins. So one section on the post, Why I'm No Longer a Christian, is called Unveiling Hell. Oh, good, Edward. Thank you. A closer look. First of all, what is hell? Simply put, Gehenna, or hell, is not about eternal conscious torment. It symbolized the physical judgment of God upon his people through the hands of other nations, notably the Romans, in the case of Jerusalem's destruction in 70 CE. That's what hell is. Hell is not eternal conscious torment. There is no hell. Hell doesn't exist. Hell is it's symbolized. It's a symbol of the physical judgment in the Bible. There's no God to judge or anything like that. But this is how they made sense of the story. This is how they made sense of the events of the Romans destroying Jerusalem. All right, Christopher. Thanks. It's symbolized the physical judgment of God upon his people through the hands of other nations, namely the Romans in 70 CE. That's what hell is. That's all that hell is. And you read about Gehenna, or the Valley of Hinnom, or the Valley of the Son of Hinnom. Those are all the same place in the Old Testament. It has nothing to do with an afterlife. Nothing in the Old Testament. In the Old Testament, it's all Sheol was the afterlife. It was a place of the dead where everybody went. And in the Old Testament, Gehenna, which is a transliteration in the Greek of the Hebrew, which means the Valley of Hinnom or the Valley of the Son of Hinnom, and you can look those up in the Old Testament. And it's a physical valley. It's a physical place outside of the walls of Jerusalem that the prophets talked about as a place where the bodies of the people of God, I'm not going to say the word right now in that same line, would be thrown after they were destroyed by other nations, like the Babylonians, for instance. All right, Christopher. Awesome. Yeah, I'm all for the migration for sure. Definitely, 100%. And so then you get that carryover into the New Testament, where Gehenna is all about the destruction of Jerusalem. And it carries that same vein over, where the corpses of those people are going to be thrown in that valley as a sign of the destruction of God, the judgment of God on the rebellious of Israel. And that's why Jesus always in the stories condemned the scribes and the Pharisees and said, "You brood of vipers, how can you escape the judgment? How can you escape Gehenna?" And in that same context, he talks about the destruction of Jerusalem. Not one stone will be left upon another that will not be thrown down. And in this generation, all these things will take place. So the judgment, the coming of Jesus, hell, all that stuff, that's all about the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD. It has nothing to do with anything outside of that historical context. Nothing at all. Jesus is never coming back. Face it. Be free of that. When our life ends, what is your conclusion? Nothing, since nobody knows. Yeah, if you're asking me, yeah, I would say I wouldn't say anything. I wouldn't. Thank you, Sarah. I wouldn't answer at all. So couldn't be more wrong. I'm absolutely right. Go read it for yourself. RickQuestionStudies.com. I go into big time detail. I mean, greater detail, much greater detail. So you can go read it if you're. I mean, you probably don't even read your Bible, so I can't expect you to read that post. But anyway, what was I responding to? Oh, proud of you for leaving the church, bro. It takes time and it hurts. Yes, exactly, Gage. It was a painful, painful process. Oh, what happens after death? Yeah. Oh, ex-Christian, I agree with you. Good, Hadley. So people ask me all the time, what happens after death? What happens what do you think? What do you believe happens when we die? And I say, I don't believe anything. I've never died before. I've never experienced death. So how I give you an answer, if I give you an answer of what happens after you die, it's just my imagination at work. And so you know that because I haven't experienced death. No one has truly experienced death. And there are NDEs, these near-death experiences, and they're just that. They're near-death experiences. They aren't death experiences. No one's ever lost this thing up here and then had it put back on a year later to tell us what happened, right? It's never going to happen because nobody has truly experienced death. Those near-death experiences, there's so much going on in the brain. There's so much chemical and I don't want to say the word because it's also used recreationally, right? There are these chemicals going on in the brain that produce all kinds of hallucinations and all kinds of experiences that people come out of those experiences going, I know what happens after death. And they don't. It's imagination. It's not just their imagination. It's the firings of the brain. Christopher, yes. I love to see those. I love to see those. Those are great. The Old Testament is a cool story. The New Testament just ruined the story. It's like reading a fiction, a novel. It's like reading Narnia or actually it's more like reading the Lord of the Rings. It's more like the Old Testament. Reading the Old Testament is more like reading the Lord of Rings. The Lord of Rings, of course, is a much better book. Oh, yeah, I need to read that. I haven't read much Bart Ehrman at all. Scroll up, read my question. Wait, I'm looking. Oh, man, you might have to say it. You might have to put it on. You have to put it on there again, Vic. Lose brain activity. so I'm not going to say it. I was going to say something really mean. Armageddon is great too. It's about Revelation. Ooh, yeah, I need to read that. Revelation is all about the destruction of Jerusalem as well. It's written in apocalyptic language, just like the apocalyptic language of the Old Testament. It's the same apocalyptic language, the same fantastical apocalyptic language. Whoops. What happened, Dave? When did you start your deconstruction? Well, I was in ministry still, and it was over a decade ago. I think I got out of ministry. I think it was either at the end of 2011 or early 2012. I can't remember exactly. I'm terrible with time. Oh, you seen it again. Let's see. I didn't see it that time either. It does say that comments were filtered. Was your comment filtered by TikTok? I see scroll up. I don't see it, Vic. Did TikTok I think TikTok filtered your comment out. That's weird. Do you subscribe to reincarnation? So I've been asked about reincarnation as well. And no, Vic, I don't see Vic's comment. But no, I didn't see yours either, Thoughts. Sorry. I am trying to keep up with the comments. But reincarnation. So what do I think about reincarnation? I've been asked that before. I actually have a video on reincarnation on TikTok. And what I say about that is, for one, I don't believe anything. Okay, so I'll say that again. I don't believe anything. And so reincarnation would be a belief that I would have to subscribe to, and I don't. But what I do know and experience, thank you, Xander, is this existence. I experience this existence. And what I know is, because of this experience that I have of existence, is that it is one existence. It's one existence. We are the cosmic energy of the universe. We are, and it's been put in many different ways. Some people call it God. You can call it God, whatever. I don't use that word at all. Because unless I'm talking to somebody that I feel like I just need to use that word. because I'm pliable in that way in language, because language is just a way to convey ideas. Um, but we are existence, and there is no separation that is real. Separation is an illusion. And so you and I, as separate entities, that's an illusion. We are existence itself. Hey, East Coast, what's up? We're existence itself. So to think of reincarnation as like any sort of the ego, any piece of the ego or any part of this memory system or anything like that passing on to another life would kind of imply that separation. However, what I've said about reincarnation too is this, but since we are okay, got it. Let it filter. Yeah, there you can see it must have filtered it. Yeah, that's awesome. Here we go. Since we are all this existence and the separation between us is an illusion, then that means that we are all the same existence. And so, in that sense, I am whoever comes on in the next life. I am whoever has been in the past lives. I am those people. I am you. You are me. And so, everyone that has ever existed, I am those people and they are me, because this is what existence is, an inseparable cosmic play of energy, an inseparable ocean of being, waving as all these different people and forms, but it's just the ocean of being, all of it. It's all existence doing all of this, right? And so, yeah, Thoth, I am. You can say that, and I can say that. We're the same I am. We are this existence. And so everybody that's ever existed, that's me, that's you. Yeah, for sure. Everybody that will exist, that's me, that's you as existence, not these egos, but existence. Everybody that exists right now, that's me, that's you as existence. I now practice Zen meditation, listen to my own voice rather than expecting to hear from God. Right, good, good, that's awesome. What are your thoughts on UFOs and aliens? We can't possibly be the only life form alive. Yeah, I speculate that we are not. You are, I am you, you are I. Right, exactly. I've never experienced another extraterrestrial being, so I can't say that I like believe in them. I don't believe in them, but I hope that there is disclosure. If they do exist, I want to know. If they do exist, I want to know. Vic. Exactly. Dave's like, yeah, let me talk. Well, on that note, I think I'll let some guests in. What do you say? Thumbs up for guests? Where and how did it start? You're avoiding. Well, I'm not avoiding. I've actually answered that already in this live. I missed it. That's my shit. I know. I know. Hello. Wait, say it again. My volume was down.
I said, hi, how are you?
Hey, what's up? I'm doing well. How are you?
Good. I just happened to be scrolling and came across your live a while ago.
Excellent. What do you think?
You're awesome.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Tennessee.
Ooh.
Very evangelical, very, red state.
Yeah.
Evangelical household, and I'm currently the only non-believer in my family. It's rough.
Same here. I'm with you. I'm in the same boat and have been for years and years. The only one besides my wife. Yeah.
Just questions.
Sure.
You don't believe in labels, and that is perfectly fine. For me, I find that having a label helps me identify with myself. That's a personal preference.
Yeah.
I noticed when, during this discussion, or during, you're talking, you said that you just flat out, you know that there's not a God.
Yeah. And what I said was, I know that Christianity isn't true. So I know that Judeo-Christian Abrahamic God doesn't exist. And what I know is existence right here, right now. I experience this existence right now, right here. And I experience myself as existence. So that's what I know.
I understand that. I guess just, in the way that my mind works and the way that I think, I believe that there's some things that we can't know. And that's why I'm agnostic atheist. I don't know if there is a creator or not.
Yeah.
And I don't believe that there is one.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering how you've been able to so emphatically, know that there's not, because I've never been able to find a way to know, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Well, and so again, those are two different conversations. So what I know is that the Abrahamic Judeo-Christian God is not real, because I've done the research and I've studied the historical context, and I know why that book and those books even exist, right? So that, for me, that's why I know that God doesn't exist. But what there was the second part of that question that I wanted to touch on, the wording. Ask it again, because there's a way you worded it that sparked something I wanted to make a point about. Say that again.
Oh, there's no way that I could say it the exact same.
Or just the idea.
Just that,
Oh.
How can you know for sure?
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. That's right. So it's, and so the other thing I said was, so somebody asked me, who created you? And I said, well, that's an irrelevant question. So it's irrelevant to me, right? So I I just don't believe in a creator. And it's an irrelevant thought to me. It's an irrelevant question to me. I don't even think what's the point of even asking that question? Because number one, any answer that you get is going to be the imagination of some human being, whether it's thousands of years ago or now, whenever it is, it's going to be the imagination of a human being answering that question. Number two,
we have the same, idea of it.
Yeah.
The way we answer that question is different.
Yeah.
I don't know where we come from.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with not knowing.
Yeah.
And it just seems like, Christians and, any of these other religions, they have such an issue with that phrase. I don't know. I don't know where I came from. I don't know what happens when I die. And
they're not okay with uncertainty. They think they have to be certain about everything. If it's not in the book, then it doesn't, whatever's in the book is, and that's certain, And so the book gives us all these certain answers, but we don't know, but it's that we can't know, and that makes it absolutely irrelevant. So even to ask the question, even to say, well, I don't even say, well, I don't even like to say, well, I don't know if we have a creator or not, because even that is just a human concept. Like, it's just a human concept. It's a religiously motivated human concept. Do I have a creator? Well, why are we asking that question? Well, because of philosophy and religion. There's nothing practical about that at all. There's nothing about this very moment, this existence right here in this moment, that drives me to ask that question. It's purely human concept. It's purely philosophical, religious concept, and it sparks nothing but imagination. That's it, or belief in someone else's imagination. So it's just absolutely irrelevant. So when somebody asks me, it's not even a question that I entertain. I don't even entertain with speculation or even saying, well, I don't know. I don't even say that. I just say it's irrelevant. Why do you think you need a creator? That's what I usually ask them. Why do you have this need of a creator? Why do you feel the need to ask that question? Well, it's because you've been conditioned to ask that question. You've been philosophically, religiously motivated to ask that question. There's nothing in this moment, right here, right now, driving you to ask that question. It's absolutely irrelevant. So that's what I usually say to people.
I agree. And then also, someone just commented that ex-pastor never encountered Christ, and that was my second question.
Yeah.
Was how do you respond to, you know, the no truth doctrine fallacy? You know, that you were never a true believer.
Of course, I hear it all the time. All the time. All the time. And it's a parroted thing. It's just a parroted comment they all say. And here's how I usually respond to that. And this is this is the truth of it. They say, well, you were never a Christian. I say, well, you're right. If you mean by that some supernatural event making me a true Christian, like a regeneration or rebirth, you know, being born again from God, you're right. And neither are you. There's no such thing as a true Christian. That's some imaginative moment that you have that you think you experience, which is a big ball of emotion and desire and hope and this fuel of passion that is all balled up together in this experience you think you had as being born again. And there is no such thing as a true Christian if you mean by that some supernatural working. But if you mean by true Christian meaning I never really believed, well, you're wrong. I 100% wholeheartedly believed. I sold everything that I owned, my house, my possessions. I moved my family blindly out to go find a seminary to go to and lived by faith. I was, and this is the truth. I was
than anything that most of them have done.
Right. I was going to say, seriously, I mean this in all sincerity. I have never known a more serious, sincere, genuine Christian than I was. And that's the truth. I mean that with all my heart. I wholeheartedly believed. And I was radical. And I lived it, you know, and I intellectually worked my way out of it. But I believed that I had experienced things. I believed I experienced God, you know, the Holy Spirit, all that kind of stuff. But I know what that is now, looking back on it. It's all that passion and emotion and, you know, all that desire that manifests and evidences itself, you know, in these feelings. So, okay. Okay, good.
Your time. I know there's more people probably wanting to come in here.
No, that's fine. That's good. That's good conversation. I love the questions too. What do you think about that?
Have a great night. I will continue in the comments listening.
Oh, you get off? Okay. Thank you for coming on.
I can let other people up. I know there's other people.
Oh, that's fine. Okay. Hey, good to talk to you.
You too.
Hello.
Hey, thanks for letting me on.
Oh, sure. How's it going?
It's going. I have a few questions for you, and they're probably questions you've heard probably dozens of times before.
Yeah, I like Turkey. Sure.
You know, just obviously listening to you, we're talking about how you wholeheartedly believe you moved your family to go in the middle of nowhere. You sold everything you had. You kind of forsake everything.
Not in the middle of nowhere to Dallas, but yeah.
So I have to know from how fervent you were for Christ at that point. What kind of led you? What was the stages? Can you kind of explain to me the stages?
That lingo I haven't heard in a long time. Fervent for Christ. That's funny. I was raised in the church. I was raised Church of Christ, so very legalistic, fundamentalist Church of Christ. But I didn't, you know, I was very, I lived that legalistic life. So I punched all the cards, the tickets, you know, I went to church Sunday morning, Sunday night, Wednesday night, was a part of all that stuff, but I kind of was the average kid and teenager growing up. Went to college and was basically a functional atheist, but claimed to believe and went to church still. I got married in college young. And then my wife at the time got, you know, how she went through this like salvation experience. Like she became really serious about Jesus. And so she says, you know, she prayed for me a long time, blah, blah, blah. Well, eventually, I think just experiencing that and talking with her, and then starting to learn more about the Bible, like in depth with an interest, and then learning about God and theology. And I started shifting to a more reformed theology, and that had a big impact on me. I went through this kind of a night and day experience as well. I mean, I went from like a functional atheist to like on fire, hardcore for God. I was an IT manager. All I wanted to do, because I graduated college through this, was an IT manager. All I wanted to do was like, I couldn't think about anything but knowing this God. I wanted to study his word, constantly. And so a couple of years went by and that fire never burned out. It just grew. And one day I went home and told my wife at the time, yeah, same, Bustin. Yeah. I went home and told my wife at the time, I can't do this anymore. Like, I feel like I like 100% of my time, I just want to be devoted to Jesus. I want to know him. I want to go learn about him more, whatever I can do. And so she was, on board. I put in my 2 weeks notice, sold my house, sold our belongings. We moved to Dallas, Texas, because somebody in my church had a contact there. I was still in the Church of Christ, but reformed theologically. So I went to Dallas, and started working at a church there in Dallas, a Church of Christ. They put me in contact with a Church of Christ seminary in Austin. So I was driving to Austin for a year going to the seminary. Well, theologically, are you, do you know Reformed, Calvinistic, all that kind of stuff, those Arminian, all that lingo?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So Westminster Theological Seminary in Dallas, they had a campus in Dallas at the time. The main campus is in Philadelphia. They had a campus in Dallas. I was reformed theologically, and I decided to go visit the campus, just kind of talk to some people. And while I was there, the president called me in his office, and he said, man, he heard the things I was saying. He said, look, what would you say if I offered you a full ride to come here? You don't have to pay anything. You come to Westminster, finish out your degree, get a Master's of Arts in Religion, and, to be in the Reformed theological vein. And I was like, yes, please. So I said, yes, I wanted to do it. I went back to the church that I was working for. I know this is a long story, but I haven't told it in a long time, so I'm enjoying telling it.
It's good.
Yeah.
It's good to hear it.
Yeah. So I went back to the Church of Christ that I was working for, and hey, look, they had a meeting of the elders. I called a meeting with the elders, and I was a youth pastor at the time, associate pastor, youth pastor. I said, look, I'm going to the school that you approve. Good, Aaron. I'm going to this church you approve of. This seminary you approve of. I'm driving all the way to Austin every week, 3.5 hour drive. My wife and kids are here, blah, blah, blah. It's a very painful process. This Westminster Theological Seminary offered me a free ride. It's right here in Dallas. And they said, absolutely not. No way you're going to a Presbyterian seminary. And I said, well, I really want to do this. They said, well, if you do, you have a decision to make. If you do, you can't work here anymore. And I said, well, I guess that's the way it's going to be. And so, I believed God would take care of me. Well, I had a friend in a non-denominational church. I called him, told him about it. And he said, don't worry about it. Come over here. You can be the youth pastor and associate pastor here. So I went to Westminster. I was associate pastor here and at this non-denominational Reformed church. Finished my degree at Westminster. Decided I wanted to be a reformer like Luther, and went back to the Church of Christ after I graduated seminary. So moved back to Louisiana, was a youth pastor in a Church of Christ until theologically it didn't work out. They fired me because I preached, things that they didn't believe. And then I became a pastor at a Reformed Baptist church for a while. And then I became involved with the house church movement. So I got really interested in that and said, you know what, I want to get out of this kind of setting. And I planted a house church, and it grew and planted others, and it kind of became a thing. And but in that process, and this is what I'm leaving out because I'm just telling you the story of that. So in that process, especially through when I started planting house churches, things like that, I started to really go through some serious doubts. So I started studying. I came across a lot of guys like Douglas Wilson and N.T. Wright, and who really kind of introduced me more to a historical understanding of the New Testament. And man, when I encountered that, I took off with it, and I studied and studied and studied nothing but history, read Josephus, the works of Josephus, read the War of the Jews, the Jewish War. And ultimately, after studying all of the historical context, I don't know if you've read my blog, rickquestionsthings.com. I just posted yesterday why I'm no longer a Christian, and I go through some of this. The first big doctrinal domino for me to fall was hell. Once hell fell, I could no longer believe in hell. I became a Christian universalist. Ultimately,
that's exactly where I'm at right now.
oh, really? Yeah. Ultimately, I was a full preterist, Christian universalist. So I saw everything as past events. So thank you, Jess. All prophecy in the New Testament, all prophecy in the Old Testament, all prophecy in the New Testament had already taken place. I believed that the second coming of Jesus was actually during the destruction of Jerusalem. And I believed it was a real thing, like Jesus actually came in that destruction. That was the judgment, all that stuff. Well, eventually I came to my, I hope this isn't offensive to you, but this is the way I think of it. I came to my senses and realized, wait a minute, this whole thing is just a product of its historical context. Like, these are human beings who are, Aaron said, can we put John on mute? I'm not looking at him, but yeah, I'm okay with that. This whole thing is the product of human beings in their own historical context, just trying to understand the events, the things that they went through, namely the destruction of Jerusalem. Because we don't have a shred of manuscript fragment evidence of any of the New Testament writings prior to the earliest dating is 150 to 250 AD, right? So I started thinking about it reasonably, going, wait a minute. So these things weren't prophesying the destruction of the temple as it's coming and the end. These things were actually written after the fact and put in Jesus' mouth as prophetic hindsight. That made way more sense to me at the time. And so I ultimately concluded, Jesus is never coming back. I've been preaching the return of Jesus, looking forward to his return, believing that he lived, died, was resurrected, was, reconciled all of creation to himself. And it's just a fabrication to explain theologically, in the faith of the people at the time, why God would allow the destruction of Jerusalem. And when I read the New Testament again in that light, it all just, it's like the light bulb came on for me. It was like, oh my God, this is what it is. It has nothing to do with us. It's these people in this one little area in their own socio-political, chaotic, historical context, trying to wrestle with all of this craziness that just happened to them. The Romans came in and wiped them out, took them into captivity, a minority of them, because most of them right, and threw into Gehenna and places like that, left the streets just riddled with them. And it was a horrible scene. I don't know if you've ever read Josephus. I highly recommend reading Josephus because he's an eyewitness of the events, and it's wild. But that's pretty much what happened. I was like just hardcore radical. I don't know if you know Paul Washer and those guys. I got heavily into Paul Washer and Leonard Ravenhill, and
I used to listen to a lot of Paul Washer.
Yeah.
Like I was just telling you, where I'm kind of at right now. I was actually 3-4 months ago. For a long time, I was pretty skeptical, pretty nihilistic, and pretty bitter to the whole Christian walk. I don't come from a Christian family. I don't come from a Christian background. I only claim to be Christian, for a couple of years. I was listening to you earlier when you were explaining the whole salvation one as being of emotion experience at the time. And you can see definitely how it can be portrayed that way. And I can definitely see that might have seemed that way for myself. But there was more evidence for me at that time that said that it was more than just my emotions. That's just like a debate.
Yeah, of course. Right.
It's just in a really cynical place because of hell, because of what Christians teach about how what is teach from the pulpit, and God is love, but he's going to burn 95% of his creation forever and never
Yeah.
torture people. And that coupled with the hypocrisy that you just see within the Christian culture. My wife and I were actually on our way to church one day, and we see a bumper sticker on the truck in front of us that literally says, "Dear Jesus, please protect me from your followers."
Yeah. There's a book too, I think, called "Save Me from Jesus, Save Me from Your Christians" or something like that.
Yeah, it's that saying, there's
Yeah.
no hate like Christian love.
Yeah, right, exactly. I experience a lot of it here,
so
as you can
sad.
imagine. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just so sad because of the hypocrisy and the vast majority of Christians, how they're waving the banner of Christ, but they act so opposite to what Christ teaches. You know what I mean?
Even if you take, I even say this, there are truths, like, I don't think it's true, Christianity is true, religions are true, but there are truths in religion. So sometimes I say, look, if you are talking about things like love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control, all those, the fruit of the spirit, right? Those ideas are good human ideas. But you don't see, and the reason I bring that up is because I mentioned that in light of a lot of the comments I have, and I say, where are those things that you profess to have of the Holy Spirit? Where is that love? Where is that joy? Where is that peace and patience?
I think Christians are amongst the first to throw it down.
Yeah, exactly. You're absolutely right.
Unfortunately,
It is.
It's very sad.
Yeah.
If you turn away,
Yeah.
John says if they go from us, they were
right.
Yeah. What would you say to something?
So that again has a historical context, and it's talking about the in its context, those who believe that message in that world. What is Antichrist? Anti-Messiah, right? So those who go out from the believers were never of us, meaning they were never part of this second wave of covenant, right? Or what, however you want to put it. But me personally, when somebody puts that on me, I say you're right and you're wrong. Number one, you're right if you mean I was never a true Christian, because they'll also say you were never a true Christian. That's what they mean by that. I was never a true Christian in the sense that I don't believe in anything supernatural occurring to make me a true Christian. I used to believe in regeneration, the regeneration of the heart, God by the Holy Spirit creating a new heart within me, and being born again or born from above. In the Greek it's anothen, so it can mean born again or born from above. And I took it more as it's really born from above, the Holy Spirit. If you mean by that I was never a true Christian, then you're right, but nobody is, because I don't believe in that. I don't believe that anybody's been supernaturally born from above, because it doesn't exist in me. But if you mean I was never a true Christian in the sense that I didn't really believe, then you're absolutely wrong. I don't know anyone who believed more than I did. And I'm just being honest. I know my own heart. I know my own thoughts. People can judge me all day long. They didn't live my life. I was the most sincere and genuine. I mean, I was absolutely genuine and sincere. I loved God. I loved Jesus. I wanted to be like
you really laid it on the line for God.
I did. I really did. And I did years and years and years. And I lived by faith too. And when I got into the house church movement, I didn't even take up a collection. Now I had a box in the back, and I would just say, look, if you if you feel led to give, then, and I can say, looking back, we usually had our needs met, you know what I mean? But people gave. So I was genuine. I mean, I was absolutely 100% genuine. I mean, I'm the type of person, and this is why I got out of ministry. I got out of ministry because thank you, good vibes. What's up, my friend? I got out of ministry because I had integrity. I'm the type of person, if I don't believe it, I can't talk about it. Like if I don't know it, I can't talk about it. I can't do it. I can't fake it. I tell people all the time, I could have been a millionaire if I just put on the show like Joel Osteen or Benny Hinn or any of those guys, Kenneth Copeland. I could have been a millionaire, but I can't do that. I have integrity.
Yeah, I can totally relate to that.
Yeah.
yeah, if it's something I don't know,
Yeah.
like 100%, debate it.
Yeah.
I have no problem saying I don't know
Exactly.
something, but I'm not going to obviously debate you with something I don't know.
Yeah.
Um,
Well,
Another question,
yeah.
if you don't mind,
Sure.
have,
Yeah.
really know and prophecy and revelation and
Yeah.
stuff. I'm not really good with
See you. Good vibes.
the whole eschatology.
Yeah.
I can say for myself, like how you're saying, like if you're saying that you were never a true Christian because you never had this born again moment, you're right. No one is. I could chalk it up to emotion. I could chalk it up to, a wild feeling and this thing came over me and I just created it myself. And if it wasn't for direct side effects of that, feeling the regeneration and feeling that born again sense, because I suffered from drug abuse. It was 2.5 years ago. I said, Christ, okay, I'm done. You take over. You take the reins. Like it's all yours now. And so that moment, I never even wanted the drugs again. I never did a relapse. I never desired it again.
Yeah.
So I did feel that restoration, if you will, that heart change, that restorative nature of being born again. What would you say to in Scripture? Because you're not necessarily denying Scripture's validity. You're just saying it doesn't apply to us here and now. It's more for that collective people in that time frame. What would you say to, like, when Jesus is talking to Nicodemus and he says, unless you're born again, you won't see the kingdom of heaven?
So,
What does it mean?
and that's what I was talking about earlier too. In the Greek, there it says anothen. In the Greek, anothen. I wrote a whole paper for my master's degree on that passage, and most people don't know. And I used to preach about this as well. But anothen in the Greek, that born again, anothen can mean from above as well. So it does have an idea of supernatural regeneration, like being born from the Holy Spirit, right? Just as the Spirit hovered over the waters, the Spirit hovers over you now, descends on you now, regenerates you and gives you a new heart, those kinds of things. That is, there's no validity in the sense that it's supernatural for me. So I don't doubt that you changed and that you had an experience. That's not what I doubt.
Yeah, and I can't prove to you that it was supernatural.
Right. I think
it's like I can't prove to you that my wife loves me.
Right. Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. The way I interpret your experience, and this is just me, because I've gone through those experiences as well. I mean, the same thing happened with me with like porn addictions and things like that. You know what I mean? Like, it just, and also, I mean, even just the absolute unbelief that I had in functional atheism when I had that born again experience. It was night and day difference. I was on fire for God for years, you know what I mean? Years until, and the fire didn't go out. It was an intellectual putting out of the fire. It was like, I didn't want to lose my faith at the end, when I couldn't believe anymore. I intellectually, I couldn't believe it. I was still pleading with God to help me believe. You know what I mean? Like, I remember the very moment. There was a day that I knew I couldn't believe anymore. It was like, intellectually, what am I going to do? I can't believe this anymore. I see too much that just makes sense that it's not true. I went down to the beach, a secluded beach, and I prayed for hours, crying and begging God to help me, to speak to me, to do anything to help me, because I was like, my mind, my brain, what I've researched and what I've learned, that I can't help but have this unbelief. Help my unbelief, help me believe. No response, of course. Well, I was driving back, and I was driving on this curved bridge, and it's like it was yesterday. And this was over 10 years ago. I remember just crying and begging and yelling, God, if you don't speak to me right now, you know my mind, you know my brain, you know my heart. If you're real, if you don't do something right now, I'm done. I was screaming and crying. I'm done, and the silence. Huh? Yeah. And the silence. And I usually say this too, because I've told this story before. That deafening silence was like the death knell in the coffin. And I usually say this, and I hope you don't take offense to it or anything, because I only say what I say. Yeah, good. Is that if I truly think that if everyone in whatever religion they're in, Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Mormon, whatever it is, Mormons talk about the burning in the book, all that kind of stuff. If everyone was true, just absolutely wholeheartedly truthful for 1 second, they would say, I know that silence you're talking about. I just kind of like doubt. I don't want it to be. It's that deafening silence that met me. And I said, that's it, God, I'm done. I'm done. How can I not be? It was like, what I have seen. And I use this analogy a lot. It was like, for me, it was like walking into a dark room, stepping on a rope, believing that it's a snake, right? I'm just, it's a snake. I've got fear for the snake and everything. I run and flip on the light, and I look down, and it was a rope. The whole time it was a rope. Now that I know that it's a rope intellectually, there's nothing I can do to make myself believe that that's a snake ever again. It's impossible. It's humanly impossible for me to believe that's a snake.
You can't go back. You can't unsee it.
Right. I can't unsee it. Exactly. And that's how I felt, that's how I feel. But that's how I felt. And I was telling that to God. What do you want me to do? If you're here, if you're real, you got to do something miraculous here, And there was nothing, just silence. And it wasn't that it wasn't like an emotional, I don't want to be it's nothing like that. Like, I didn't want to lose my faith. It was my degree. It was my livelihood. That's just practically speaking. But it was everything to me. My family, my kids, my friends, my community. It was at my night, my day. I would wake up in the middle of the night and go in the closet and pray and pray. It was everything to me, but intellectually, I came to a place where I just saw that it was, for me, it was just the product of human beings, and I couldn't unsee it. And there was no response that changed it, So, when I've had experiences that now I can't do anything but look back on and interpret in the light that I'm in now and say, well, obviously it was my emotion and desire. I wanted so badly to experience something in certain moments that I felt things. But looking back, looking back, I know that it was desire, I know that it was like, I just wanted it so bad,
Obviously, when I had that moment and I called out to Christ and I had that quote salvation moment,
thank you, Randy.
Obviously I was in a shit state. So like I said, I can't prove it to you that it was supernatural.
Sure.
If you're going to prove anything by man's standards, you would obviously chalk it up to emotion. It's just the only tangible thing that you can see in the situation. Yeah. I do have a question, but before I ask you this, your logo, I don't know if this is intentional or not, but your logo behind you, the whole Ouroboros thing that's going around your logo, you sit perfectly in your chair. It actually looks like a halo.
People said that before.
So I just wanted to say that because I thought it was funny.
That is funny.
So to where you are now, are you more atheist, or like are you more of an atheist, or are you more agnostic now? I guess the reason why I'm asking is because obviously as a Christian we have hope in Christ for eternal life after death. I wanted to know what you think now. Obviously, what It's just something we can't escape. Do you think? Should we?
Yeah. And I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at the comments about the Halo and stuff. It's so funny. Yeah, and obviously I'm asked that a lot too. I've never experienced death, and that's my answer. So for me, what happens after death, I have no belief about. Nothing at all. And I'll touch on the labels too in just a second, but I've never experienced death. So for me to say what happens after death would purely be my imagination, either my imagination or my belief in someone else's, what I think would be imagination as well. It would have to be, because I've never died before. So for me, it really is irrelevant. Like I sincerely don't even think about what happens after death. I really don't ever. I don't, unless somebody asks me about it, and I still don't think about it. I feel the irrelevance of it. And so I don't even try to, there's nothing for me to offer that would suffice to say, oh, well, this happens or this happens after death, because I've never died before. And I don't believe that anybody has ever truly died before and come back to tell us about it. The near-death experiences, they're all over the board. You find like Hindu near-death experiences. Yeah, right.
They vary so much.
They vary, and there's so much. Yeah, there's so much, stuff going on in the chemicals and stuff. I'm not going to name one particular chemical because I don't know how TikTok will feel about that.
I know what chemical you're talking about.
Yeah, that's firing in the brain, and it creates all kinds of illusions and hallucinations, and people come back from that and believe it.
And they're based on your preconceived notions.
Absolutely, 100%. Yes, yeah, and people believe that they're real experiences, and so I don't put any trust in those at all, and I don't believe anybody else's, like the Bible or the Quran or the Book of Mormon or the Jehovah's Witness version as well. Like none of those. I don't believe any of that, so it's irrelevant to me. So I don't have a belief about it, and I don't think anyone can possibly know. I know that I have the experience of this life, and I know that prior to this life, there's just nothing, And so, at the very least, the what I can go on by my prior experience of nothingness prior to this life, if I had to guess, it would be something like that, just nothingness. But I don't know. It would be an absolute guess, and it's totally irrelevant for me. Now, as far as like, am I an atheist or like that? I don't label myself at all. I really don't. People want me to. People are like, "Oh, you're an atheist," and I'm like, "No, I'm not." And they're like, "Oh, dang," or they're like, you're an agnostic." I'm like, "No, I'm not." Like, "Ah, shit, you're a theist." I'm definitely not a theist, but I'm none of them, because to me, I think any of that stuff just fragments humanity even more. So, I think religions fragment humanity and us against them, and just separates us all. Putting labels like I'm an atheist, I'm an agnostic, and it doesn't matter to me. Like I don't judge anybody for labeling themselves at all. There's nothing good or bad about it. I'm just, from my perspective, for me to label myself would be to promote separation. And what I would rather is not label myself and experience a oneness with everyone that goes beyond labels, that transcends labels. So
yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I mean, obviously, when you put a label on something, you're kind of bound by the definitions of that label. Yeah. Especially when, in your instance,
that's
it's more such an unknowing. There's a lot of unknown say experiences is life here and now. Yeah, I mean, I totally understand that, and there is no way. Obviously, most Christians will say, "Oh, well, we can know because it's in the Bible." That's arguing from a place of authority, and if you don't give into that authority, you, in case of that authority, isn't going to do anything good anyway. So, obviously, why faith is important.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. Well, man, I appreciate this. Has been a great. I love this. This is a great conversation. I have people that come on and try to they just want to debate or whatever. Not often. Most of the time, when somebody comes on, it's like this. It's such good conversation and like genuine conversation of just back and forth, good stuff, and I really appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, man. I don't really like arguing and debating. I'd rather kind of just try to get you and understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, definitely.
If you're gonna put yourself out there like this and say like, hey, this is who I am, obviously I'm like, who's this? I kind of understand where he's coming from.
Appreciate that so much.
Being who is in the Christian life right now, to hear someone who's gone through it as passionately as you have to that extent. I'm not saying that I'm working my way to where you are, but it means we do feel, especially now. You said you were the Church of Christ and you moved into Christianity and to more universalist. Like that's literally the way I've been going now. Is struggling with those ideas and hell and Bible and the Christian faith and the church, and religion, and just the structure of it, and hypocrisy. It's just I'm trying to find Christ in the mess.
I understand. I totally understand what you mean. Totally, 100%.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, man.
Absolutely. Thank you. You too. We'll see you. See, we'll have Dave on. I have some more with Dave as well. Hey, what's up, my friend? What's up, dude? That was such a great conversation. Big Bro is a good dude. That was genuine, sincere, great conversation. I love when people just want to chat and converse and have good conversation like that. Genuine and sincere,
Yeah, he was nice to he seemed like a likable guy.
Yeah, for sure.
So great to speak with you, and just to say to everyone, hey, I was force-fed Catholicism. I went to Catholic school for 12 years. Somewhere along the line, I started to question it, and it wasn't cool. I just didn't like it. It was boring. The only thing I liked about going to church was waiting for everybody to have communion so I could see what hot girls were in the church. All the girls I went to grade school with, there's Anne-Marie Ray. She looks so good. Michelle Rowland. Anyway, so I loved your history when you were talking about all that stuff. So, but I also want to say, obviously, Rick, is calling. I mean, we know each other. We know each other personally. We live on the same island, and we always got along. I love to make you laugh, which is so fun. You do laugh at my jokes. It makes me happy. But so for all the Christians that are hating in here, I do want to say, and I said it before, but Rick is one of the happiest people I know. He's genuinely happy. He's genuinely genuine. I mean, and I'm gonna throw you up on a pedestal here for you deserve it. You're confident. And, the thing that once I discovered Rick Questions things when I was living in Chicago, and I saw what you were doing and heard and listened what you're doing, I was like, wow, this is, it's revelatory to me. I was like, wow, Rick's really onto some things, And, we talked about it anyway. But so people, you don't have to believe in God to be happy.
Yeah.
And the thing is, from you, bro. What I love about what you're doing is that I find there's a spirituality to what you talk about. And there's no better way to describe it. And what I mean is, like when you say, you are existence, you're all there is, I kind of tended to believe that before I heard it from you, but you're reinforcing it with me, so to say to everyone listening, my goal is to get to Rick's stage of, he really believes in what he's saying. That's a real belief. I feel,
I'd put it differently, but I would put it differently. I would put it differently. I would say that, so I don't have to believe it because I experience it, you know? So it's more of like speaking out of what I experience in this moment right here, right now. I experience it. I
Yes.
know it. Even I don't know if you were on earlier, even scientifically, I know it. You know that,
the whole time, but
yeah, that when you get down to the deepest level of physical particles and everything else, we really are the same. Like we're the same stuff, you know. And when you zoom out as big as you can, we're the same existence. And you could call it the universe, the existence, energy, whatever it is that can't be destroyed, can't be created. Like we are this
Yeah.
thing, you know. And you don't even have to believe it. You just know it and experience it, because we really are just experiencing this moment right here. That's all we experience right here. And you say, well, I'm experiencing the past. No, you're not. You're experiencing the present. You're experiencing thoughts of the past in the present. You're not experiencing the present. You're experiencing thought. It's just, you know, it's right here, right now. You can't get out of the present. Somebody the other day was saying, you know, I got to remember to be present. I was like, well, I mean, you know, that's one way to put it, but you can't help but be present. You're always present no matter what. There's no way of getting out of the present. You know, well, I'm stuck in the past. Well, you're not. You're just having present thoughts about the past. You know, like, and if you realize that, then you realize the past doesn't exist. It has no real existence. So like, you don't even have to believe that. You just, if you think about it, it's that, like, that's just reality. It's reality.
Yeah. Well, the now is
Yeah.
the most important moment because,
Yeah.
and if there was I think you actually said this, and I used to say this when we worked together, Wink. But I used to say, you know, the only appropriate clock is a clock that just says now.
Yeah. I have a shirt.
'cause
It's a clock that
that's the
says
only
now
moment
all
that
over it.
exists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love
Yeah,
that, man.
I used to say that.
I didn't know you used to say that. Did you know that I have a shirt on Rick Questions? It's a clock, and instead of numbers, it says now on in all.
Do you know that I used that where we worked for so long?
That's crazy. No.
Because I had the clock in my office and I would point to it and say that.
Wow.
Didn't
No, I
I
did
teach you that? Come on now.
not.
Okay. So, but I love it. Yeah. And, you know, so
Yeah, exactly,
and
bro.
there's a beautiful
That's
glory
exactly right.
in living it.
Yeah.
And it's so, you know, I feel like so much freedom from saying religion is bullshit.
Yeah.
You know, sorry, I'm way more controversial than any Rick or anyone else, by the way. But you know, once I kind of, you know, realized that, oh wow, look, all the problems in the world, in my humble opinion, are religion. You know, I mean, most of them. So, you know, anyway, and really, my stay on the confidence for religion,
Yeah.
and Christianity in general has been, and I'm sorry to get political, but
I don't label myself politics either.
Yeah, well, I'm going to.
I know you do.
Mention that Christians for Trump and the way that they are, you know, he's positioning himself as, you know, somebody fuck you and cringe. God damn, I shouldn't look at the comments.
No, don't.
Anyway,
You can't let them get to you.
Okay, no, I know. That's why I couldn't do this like you did.
I get so many, man. So many.
I know. And there's going to be, of course,
thank
the
you.
Christians are Trumpers, and they believe that he's sent by God.
Yeah.
And it is absolutely insane to me.
You just got a bunch of roses. Yeah.
That's the thing. I did. Oh, yeah, I like roses. Thank you.
See, you're not cringe to everybody.
I'll just end up giving them to you because I didn't even know what they were for so long.
You're not cringe to everybody.
Hey, Taylor's in here. What's up, Taylor?
Thank you.
Yeah, we're friends. Yeah, okay, cool. Right now, thank you, Taylor.
Thank you.
So, anyway, but that was what I decided. I was like, look, if Christianity is embracing Trump, and we can see what an evil, rapist bastard he is, and it's obvious, and these people are believing it. They'll believe anything, and it's perverted the whole idea of Christianity for me. It was the final nail in the coffin. That's where I'm astounded that it's gone so far around the other way. You know.
Yeah.
Anyway, but I just wanted to make that point.
Yeah,
I can't hear you.
Oh, I was saying thanks to God Delusion for all the roses.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
33. I'm rich. Roses. Okay, so and I do want to bring up something, and is it's the thing that's so ridiculous about Christianity and what we're talking about and everything here is that it's a one-sided relationship. It's what you talked about. You're basically screaming to God to reveal yourself. I think I told the story to you here about my mushroom experience on the west end of the island. Yeah, and I did a similar thing. I just wanted to know in my, heart and in my mind, I really wanted an answer. Like I'm staring up into the cosmos, laying in the surf at 2 a.m. on, enjoying some psilocybin and got nothing. Yeah. Not a shooting star, not a, breaking wave, nothing, and it was just me and I was just there. And that's where, again, I was like, okay, well, this is what it is, Yeah. So
with nothingness, that silence.
And I don't blame Jesus for Trump because Jesus doesn't exist.
Right.
Trump does. And it's Christians believing that Trump is good and supporting him is what perverts Christianity for me. So just wanted to point that out. And I also wanted to bring up the one-sided relationship thing is something that another person that's doing what you're doing that I admire, and I've mentioned her to you, is Eva Was Framed.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, she's great. If anyone else hasn't checked her out, she's awesome. And it would be so interesting if Nick and her were to get together. That'd be really hot. Again, just trying to make you laugh.
That would be fun. Yeah, I'd like to talk with her. That would be awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. She's great too.
Yeah.
Okay, and the one point that I like that she makes is that it's a demanding and abusive relationship that people accept. So if this was a person, the relationship that people say that they have with God, if that was a person doing that to them and treating that like them, most of us would say, get out. That's, you're being abused.
Unacceptable.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
If your spouse or significant other or someone said, look, if you don't love me the right way, I'm gonna take you in the backyard and light you on fire.
So funny. And then just looking at the comments, I'm trying not to, but you'll find out, and you're gonna burn, and you're gonna is that
they take pleasure in that. It's
because I believe it's because beliefs are weird. Beliefs are just what you've been taught. It's nothing more.
That's right.
There was somebody that said if we were to, I think it was Ricky Gervais, who I love.
Oh, he's hilarious. He's so great.
Yes, he's so good. And he said, if we started over, if human beings were reborn again and the aliens, made us again, they wiped us out and then made us again, because that's what happened. But he said that if we were to start over, religion would be completely different.
Yeah.
And science would end up being the same thing. Am I making sense?
Yeah, sure. Of course. Yeah, that's a good point.
By the way, blasphemy gets me excited. So fun.
There's no such thing.
Yeah,
Dave, do you mind if I let some other people on as well at the same time?
No, of course I was actually railing through this because I want to hear more interesting people than me.
Nice.
And I do want to say one more thing, two more things, quick. Okay. What you and Big Boy,
Big Bro,
were talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. You talked about all the different beliefs that you got to, and he was there too.
Yeah.
It was all new stuff for me. And it was all so mystical. It sounded like Harry Potter stuff.
Yeah, right.
No.
And that's why I often say I use that analogy a lot. You know, there are truths to be found in Christianity, but there are truths to be found in Harry Potter, as in there's no difference. You know, you can read the Harry Potter series, you can read, you know, you can watch Star Wars and go, oh, ooh, I like that. That is so true. You know?
Or Spider-Man.
Yeah,
You know,
right,
Spider-Man.
exactly. Yeah,
You
sure.
know, hey, I believe in Spider-Man because I read him in a comic. He's everywhere. You look around, you see Spider-Man everywhere, but
Yeah.
does he exist?
Right,
Yep.
exactly.
So the last two things I want to say, or that was one of them. The next one is I want to say congrats to you again and hearing your journey again. It's so inspiring to me where people might be, you know, they're inspired by an invisible man in the sky. I'm inspired by your story that you use your brain and your intelligence and your knowledge to come to a scientific and intelligent conclusion. And I just want to say congrats to everybody that's going through the journey that you've gone through, and the people that are in here that are, you know, questioning and actually, you know, listening, and maybe they're angry, but because it's challenging everything they've been taught their whole lives. But, you know, good for you. Keep at it, keep exploring. And my motto of life is question everything. Question everything.
Believe nothing, question everything. Yes.
Yeah, that's way better. Okay,
Yes.
cool.
Like
Hey, thank you for letting me.
No, hey, stay on, Dave, if you want. You can stay on. You can stay on if you want.
Oh, no, I want to talk.
I was going to let other people on too at the same time.
Oh, at the same time. Well, I'll tell you what, I have to take Milo out.
Okay.
So, hey, everyone, follow me.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to go live once in a while.
Yeah.
Play with that.
Dave can't go live yet, so follow Dave. And also, he's got two accounts, Dave Warner and Dave in Galveston.
Yes, if you go, did I post you and me on Dave in Galveston?
Yes.
Okay, cool. So if you go to David Galveston, you can see Rick in the wild.
We ran into each other at the art walk.
What's that?
We ran into each other at the art walk.
Of course.
That's awesome.
It was meant to be.
It
God
was.
brought us together. Everything happens for a reason, doesn't it, Rick? You can see Rick in the real life. And then we're going to do that again at some point.
Yeah.
And then if you want to follow me like the way I am right now, I have cute videos of my dog that I post for Taylor, who's in this group. So, anyway,
Nice.
I'm going to go silent and just listen.
Okay, man.
Let other people talk that are more intelligent than me on these subjects.
Whatever.
I didn't study all this stuff. I'm glad that you did and you came through the other side.
Right, exactly.
That's amazing to me.
Yeah, of course.
But I just like to say, it's stupid.
Well, you said bullshit earlier. I just use another B word. It's bondage. Religion is bondage.
Okay, cool. Yeah. By the way, I am looking at the comments. Somebody's asking me to stay. Thank you for that. That's sweet. But I don't want you to hear my dog pooping. I want to stay, listen to Rick and you guys. I want to hear somebody challenge Rick. Actually, I haven't heard that yet. I want to hear somebody that's a real believer that's in here and telling us that we're going to go to hell. You to get in there.
You want to hear the debates. Oh, yeah, I said you want to hear the debates.
Yeah, I want to hear somebody, I just want to hear you challenged rather than just see these, you're going to hell, Kelly.
Yeah.
And by the way, just bringing up the T word, the political stuff, T word, it does make people just lose their minds. And that's another thing. I can't stand it. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay. So,
okay, man.
Thank you, bro.
Yeah, I love you, dude.
See in person. Let's get together this week for coffee or something.
Yeah, for sure. Let's do it.
Cool. Like we talked about.
Okay, man.
And I'm Team HJ. I love it. I love these.
Okay, man. Love you, dude. I'll see you soon.
All right. See ya.
All right. Okay. I'm gonna let a few people on first, Victoria. I'm gonna let people on simultaneously. We're gonna go simultaneously here. Several people. What's up? How you doing, my friend?
What's going on, Rick?
Not much. It's good to see you.
It has been almost a year?
I know, a long time. Well, 7 months of last year, I wasn't on anything. I got off of TikTok for 7 whole months, like 7 or 8 months or whatever. Didn't write, didn't make any videos, didn't go live, any of it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I took a big break.
I was wondering where you went.
I was- I
Everything
vanished.
just like kind of stopped at one point.
It's good to see
you.
you.
I don't have any questions. I'm just here to shoot the shit. So.
Nice. But I got to see this hoodie.
Oh yeah. So my buddy Mike, he goes by this Enzo. He's got over thicker. He
Okay.
gifted me this hoodie.
Let's see.
It says "Drift like a cloud, float like water."
Oh, nice. What? Oh, that's sick. I love that. No way.
Super comfy.
That's so cool. So cool. I love that. I love that. Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to send you some of his songs because
Yeah, definitely.
he's got like 3 or 4 songs that has albums sampled in it.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay. Yeah, definitely send me some for sure. For sure. Hey, Vic, do you mind if I let other people on with us?
Go for it. Go for it.
Jess wants to come back. I'm gonna make my way down and just bring a couple of people on at the same time. Welcome back, Jess, and what's up, Rhonda?
What's up?
How's it going, guys?
So, yes, turn.
It's all of our turns. Vic, so Vic and I have been TikTok friends for a long time, since like early on.
2000, early 2021.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. First, I had heard, Alan Watts on Enzo's song, and I was like, and then when I found your videos, that's when I like started deep diving into it, and that just opened up everything for me. So, yeah. And now it's been almost 3 years. It's crazy.
It's amazing.
Is I've probably heard him.
Oh, okay.
But I specifically identify who he is.
Oh, you probably heard him. You said, yeah. So he's dead. He died in 1973, but he's got a lot of books, a lot of lectures, a lot of talks, a lot of articles. What he did was he took a lot of the Eastern philosophies and paths and understandings of the wisdom and interpret it in a way that is more understandable to the Western mind. So he's got, books like the Wisdom of Insecurity, The Way of Zen, Tao, The Watercourse Way. There's all kind. He just has so many books, and the lectures are incredible. And then reading transcripts of the lectures. I love Alan Watts. This is Alan Watts on my shirt, actually. So I heard Alan Watts. I don't know. It was probably a year or two after I left Christianity. And, it was kind of like, who is this guy? What am I hearing? It sounds so different than what I thought of, like Eastern philosophies and the Eastern way of thinking. He put it in such a different way that from the Christian standpoint, when I used to be a Christian, it was all demonic, essentially. I looked at all those things as like, they're from the devil. They're not true, And then the way he would talk about it, I was like, wow, that makes sense, like experientially. That makes sense of just what I experience in daily life. So let me hear more. So I looked him up and started listening to him and reading his books. And I've kind of been like, I've studied Alan Watts for, I don't know, years and years. He's just kind of a guru figure to me, which he would say, knock that shit off. That's nonsense. But
he knows how to use metaphors really well. I
definitely.
think the metaphors he uses helps you to picture exactly what he's talking about.
Yeah.
And it's easier to understand the way he explains it than like most Eastern philosophers.
Yeah.
Kind of just like clicks.
Yeah.
And sometimes it takes listening to it over and over again before you're like,
even years. Yeah. Even years. Like, what's his name again? Alan Watts. So even years, like you can hear something he says and you're like, oh, okay. Mm-hmm. And then a few years later, it really then you're like, oh, I see what he's saying.
The dream lecture?
Yeah.
Like the short one?
Mm-hmm.
I listened to that almost every day for 3 months until I was like, shit. Forget it.
It's deep stuff. How old was he? He was like 58, I think, when he died. He died young. Yeah.
Christopher Hitchens, and then I can't think of her name. The older lady that ended up being, unalived, along with I think it was either her child or some of her family in Texas. An older lady back in the maybe 70s, 80s. I've seen her all over TikTok. I can't think of her name.
Oh, no.
She ran like the whole atheist movement back then. And then like now, like Matt Dillahunty.
Yep.
People like that. Those are the ones I've been, introduced to.
Gotcha.
I wrote down the name. I'm gonna get that person.
Oh, I love him. I like Sam Harris too, which he used to kind of be in that circle as well. I think he's kind of distanced himself a little from that circle, but he's got some good stuff. He wrote a book called Waking Up, Spirituality Without Religion or something like that. I think is the subtitle. It's really good. And it's about meditation. I mean, it's all about meditation and living in the present, essentially. It's a really good book.
Real hair. So I was talking about.
Huh?
Real hair.
Oh, okay, I've heard that name. Yeah. Well, Rhonda, what you got for us?
I was just looking because you guys were on a specific topic. Telling find a people what side I'm on because they're confused. Christian, just to answer that question for the person who was asking that in the comments and claims to have God personally.
You cut out at first, but now I know what you're saying. Yeah. So you're not a Christian. You were clearing that up.
No, I am an ex-Christian.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Multiple religions. I worship no organized religion.
Okay.
Like yourself, I do not claim any title.
Yeah.
I believe organized religion is a business.
Oh, yeah. It is. And, I can say that when I was a pastor, like I was sincere, I was genuine, and I didn't run it like a business. I mean, I was like really sincere, but the majority of churches are businesses. They really are. And they are all about increasing their numbers. Why? Well, because numbers equals money, salary, all those kinds of things that are not taxed, by the way. And so the more people we can get through our doors, well, you can float us, you can provide for us to keep doing what we're doing. And, most of it is a business show. It really is.
Where instead of being a prophet of God, they want to profit off God.
Yeah.
Praying for your dollar.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm gonna say it's fear-based control.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
In so many ways, it is. I tell people, if I didn't have question everything, including questioning it's everything. Yeah, true. When I lost my faith, I could have been a millionaire. I know I could have. I could have put on the show. I could have put on the dynamic, the dynamic communication and either thrown the guilt and conviction or the Joel Osteen positivity, whatever it is. I could have done that if I didn't have integrity, and I could have been a millionaire. And that's what a lot of them, all of the prosperity churches, all of the very, what do you call it? Like the Assembly of Gods and the Pentecostal, charismatic, all the charismatic churches and movements, speaking in tongues, all that kind of stuff. It's all about money. It's all about money. And those preachers and pastors that are trying to get people to speak in tongues and all that kind of stuff, they're all atheists. Every one of them are atheists. They're just raking in the dough. There's a great documentary, two of them actually. One's called Marjo. Marjo was a Pentecostal preacher, and he would slay people in the spirit, lay them out, and they'd be shaking and speaking in tongues and all that stuff. But he was actually an atheist. So he assembled a documentary crew because he started feeling guilty. And so he creates this documentary in the 70s to basically come out of the closet as an atheist, but he does it to expose the show. So this documentary film crew is following him around, and he's preaching and putting on the show, and laying people out in the spirit, and they're speaking in tongues. All the while, he's going back in the back room, throwing this money around. Thank you, Jesus, you were good to me tonight. Just to expose it. And then there's another documentary I saw recently called The Cult of TB Joshua. Oh man, it's crazy. This guy was a miracle performer in Africa, had millions of followers, and they would speak in tongues and do all this crazy stuff. And he would perform all these miracles. And he was just a terrible human being. He was doing all kinds of stuff that I'm not going to say on TikTok behind the scenes. He was an atheist as well, just really just taking advantage of everybody. And that's just the extreme cases, but most of them are.
That's the church, the kind of church that I grew up in.
Ah.
My mother, when I say evangelical, that's kind of what I mean, because I don't really know any other way to describe it. My mother was Benny Hinn. Do you remember? And I'm not sure if you do. Do you know who John Kirkpatrick is?
I know that for some reason.
In the 90s, had a revival 7 days a week for several years.
Oh.
And that is where, and kind of one of the last guests to stay up and grow, because he touched on some of the addiction aspects. My father was actually a crack addict.
Yeah.
And my mother, she was a, quote unquote, born again Christian. And she took my father to the church in Pensacola, Florida, to that revival. And my father got saved and stopped using drugs at that time. It's honestly been a detriment upon my family. It truly, truly, truly has. It truly has. And I feel like today, especially in this day and age, quote unquote, born again Christians are the ones that are the most radicalized. It's scary. It's scary.
I know the movement you're talking about, because that movement resurfaced in the mid to late 2000s, so like 2006 or so, and I forget.
Very recent revival somewhere in Kentucky within the past couple of years that they were having.
Well, this one,
it was the healing, prosperity, very, what I consider evangelical.
Yeah.
It was.
They call it Unitarian here.
Okay.
Unitarian is what I consider like Unitarian Universalism, which is, if I ever religion, that's what I would.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Southern, so things are very, very different around here.
Yeah.
Great the snake preachers.
Oh, really?
Kicked out of the church themselves. Yeah.
Wow.
See shit right there.
So they were handling snakes?
Getting kicked out of a church like that, but they did.
So they were handling snakes and all that kind of
stuff?
stuff?
Say on TikTok.
Wow.
With children.
Notes throughout. Is it okay if I maybe bring up a topic?
It's not going to get me kicked out.
Is it okay if I respond to what someone just said? Where did it go? Okay. This person said, Alan Watts died of alcoholism. I used to be mesmerized by his teachings. And I just wanted to point out that how someone lives their life has nothing to do with if their teachings have truth in them or not. Like, he even said he was just an entertainer and he was just a philosopher.
Exactly.
I've been sober for almost 3 years and I still listen to Alan Watts, so.
I drink. Look.
It's different. It doesn't mean the teachings don't have truth in them.
Right. And that comes from judgment. That's just a judgment statement. It's and they're conditioned to judgment. or to judge. So anyone coming out of that religious framework, they're always looking for right and wrong, good and bad, right? But there's on what scale, like where on the scale are you going to slide? When does good become bad and bad become good? Because it's all just one thing. There isn't a good and bad. Those are human concepts, and you're using those concepts to judge other people. You have no idea what's going on in their lives. You have no idea what's going on in their minds. You have no idea what they're going through in any way, shape, or form. And you cast judgment on people like that, thinking you're a holy roller, almighty, righteous human being, and you're nothing. You're just an ego that comes from straight up egotistical position. And if you could drop that and drop the judgment, drop the making distinctions between this ultimate right and wrong, well, then you will find yourself out of that bondage and that closed-minded judgmentalism, and that's where true peace comes, because you won't have peace ever. You said it. Thank you, Xander. You'll never have peace in that judgment frame of mind, because you're always caught up with something out there, like, ooh, look at this person, ooh, look at that person. You're either judging yourself or you're judging someone else 100% of the time. So you're either feeling self-righteous or you're feeling depressed and dirty, and you're always teetering on one of those extremes. So this person, whoever it is, Andrea, whoever, they're always feeling self-righteous or they're always feeling depressed. It's one or the other, and they probably waver. Oh, woe is me, wretched sinner I am. And then the next week they're like, hell yeah, I'm kicking that sin. I'm doing well. I feel self-righteous. And then the next week they're back down in the dumps because they did whatever they did again.
To go off of what they said with there is good and bad, and then someone else asked, so there's no good and bad question. Personally, I don't think there is good and bad. I think that mind labels things as good or bad, but everything just is. And then our minds are the ones that says, oh, this is good and this is bad. Yeah. Now, good and bad doesn't have anything to do with morals. I think you can have morals without, being a Christian. But as far as good and bad, I think everything just is, and then you label it as either or. So, no, I don't think there is good or bad. I think it just is.
Having, moral objectivism, which, according to, Christianity, comes directly from God, and those morals are, it's objective, flat out. But what is in the Bible is the way it is, that's when you come into like biblical realism, it's moral objectivism. But whenever you actually, the people, those of us that know, and we do know, we know the Bible, and we go into things like slavery. We go into the book of Exodus, Exodus 21, 20 and 21, where it talks about how it is okay to beat your slaves.
Right.
We go into things like that. We go into
as long as they don't, after 3 days, it's okay. You can beat them. And
we go into things like, abortion, the bitter waters, we go into things like grape, how, the punishment for grape was, there were just different punishments. There were different things. They talk about things are objective, but when you actually bring up the scriptures to them and you point things out to them, they talk about how now in today's times, those things are wrong.
Right.
But back then, things were different and they had different rules. That is relativism. Yeah. There is no such thing as moral objectivism. Exactly. It was all relative to what God's preferences were at the time, which has changed over time.
You mentioned Christopher Hitchens. I love something he used to say. He would say, it's not that all things are possible with God. It's all things are permissible with God. As long as you believe God says it's okay, then it's okay. So they read the Old Testament and they see Israel, men, women, children, and infants. Like they're even infants, right? And they're animals. And they go, oh, well, God commanded it. So whatever it was, there must have been a reason. It was okay. Come on. Now, today, and then you even get in the New Testament, you don't see that there's a moral relativity there, that morality is evolving even within the Bible. You see this evolving morality that changes over time as the Bible goes on in history, right? As it's covering different spans of history. And you see that moral relativism even in the Bible. And they're not okay deep down with those things that happened in the Old Testament because they don't live in those times. In those times, well, culturally, sociopolitically, in the belief systems that were surrounding the people that were writing these things and everything. Yeah, those things happened. Like those kinds of things happened. But
Believing that can be
say that again. I'm sorry, you were cutting out at first.
does that lead us into the knowing that, you know, can be ugly and good at the same time?
Yeah, it's impossible. Yeah, it's impossible. It's every bit of that. And so we get back to that conversation of good and bad, or right and wrong, or sin and righteousness. Those are all these religiously motivated, religiously motivated human concepts. They're just human concepts that we are pretending we know something about, that comes from some external source out there, and that is 100% a belief. What evidence shows is that morality is relative, depending on the culture, the times, the beliefs, the everything conditions that morality. And so when you are in a particular sociopolitical cultural climate and you break the moral code, there are consequences for that. And then you go to some other, you're steeped in some, I mean, just look at the difference between, maybe our lifestyles and someone in the Middle East, for instance, that's in fundamentalist Islamic state, right? They're going to have different moral code. And you break a part of that moral code that maybe somebody does over here, and they're going to have totally different consequences. It's all relative. It's all based on human concept, human ideas, and that's it.
Married with a 9-year-old.
Yeah.
The yes, love was justifying it.
Exactly.
Because this is being an atheist. I wouldn't ever put any, presumed God above any other, but they were, elevating because it was their religious belief that it must be okay.
Right.
They were justifying it.
Yeah.
When you have a religion, when you believe in, their form of moral objectivism, they believe that there is good and bad and it's objective. And their belief in what is bad strictly is because of, if they don't believe that, they will end up in hell. To me, that is so unbelievably wrong. The reason that I do right is because it's the right thing to do.
Right.
Because I believe in not doing any harm on other people. I do not believe that the reason I do wrong is because God says not to do wrong. I believe it's just because I don't need to harm others.
Vic, that's what you were talking about, Vic, when you said it's a tool of control and power and manipulation. That's if you don't live this way, you're going to the hot place, baby. Yeah.
Fear-based control. That's what it is. Being raised Catholic, that was what it was my entire life. Just based off of fear. And sorry, but if and I don't believe this, but if there was a God who loves everybody, love is pure, right? So if you love someone, you wouldn't send them to hell for eternity. That's not love. So that doesn't make sense. It kind of contradicts itself.
Yeah. And of course, if we get down to like the actual what I've found in the Bible, it's totally different from what most Christians believe. Like to me, what I've discovered in my research, the conclusions I've come to is that hell doesn't even exist in the Bible. It's something that Christians believe in that has been promoted and used as that tool of manipulation and control and fear.
Hell is something that you create. You can create your own hell, or the kingdom of heaven. It literally says it in the Bible. The kingdom of heaven is within you.
Yeah, it's this present moment.
It's like there's things in the Bible that you can take from that everyone kind of like took it a different way. Like, okay, if Jesus said these things, then like the way they spun it was totally out of context. Like the kingdom of heaven is within it because you are everything. And you can create your own living hell if you choose to not have peace with that.
But the only mention of hell in the Bible was the quote-unquote lake of fire, and the actual hell that they are referring to in Christianity comes from Dante's Inferno.
Well, that's where the idea came from. Yes,
So,
because go
Go
ahead.
ahead. Sorry.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
I was saying they were talking about it when they cast out the most beautiful angel, but my opinion on the Bible is that they've taken all these religions that existed before. They took writings from a few people that were around that they found in caves, whatever, everywhere else. They meshed it all together in this room. They put in the pieces they wanted to that would control the population. They took the pieces out that didn't make sense to them. And of course, at the time of the writing of the Old Testament, women couldn't even be allowed to read. So, of course, they had to ask their husbands if they had any questions. And this is what our current Christians believe is okay. The ones that I talk to about this haven't even read the Old Testament. They're like, no, the New Testament is the law. So the Old Testament doesn't matter. And I was like, how can you go skipping a whole book? It's like going to the end of Harry Potter and saying what happened.
Everything before it doesn't matter. That's a different story. Yeah. That's right. Exactly.
How can you say that it was of horrible things and atrocities that happened in that book? That's like a horror story. And this is what you're worshiping.
Say the Old Testament no longer applies, after, Jesus' crucifixion, his death, and his resurrection. But what, according to the Bible, what Jesus said was that he did not come to abolish the law, but he came to fulfill it.
Yeah.
They cannot cherry pick from the Old Testament,
Yeah, exactly.
yet they do, especially Levitican law. And, Leviticus, Exodus, those are the two main ones. They cherry.
Exactly. Well, so I'm not going to be on too much longer, but I want to bring some other people on. Vic, I'm going to keep you on because we've been friends for years. But Jess and Rhonda, do you mind if I drop you guys and let other people on as well, so that, because I'm not going to be on too much longer, I'm going to have a couple other people as well.
No, you're fine. It's going on 1 a.m. here anyway.
Yeah, it's midnight here, so I can't do a whole lot longer.
12:54.
Talk about just one more thing, if I could, real quick.
For sure.
Let's talk about the sin of Eve. The sin of Eve. The eating of the apple.
Yeah.
How there was no. The original sin, it was before they even knew what sin was.
Yeah.
They had no knowledge of right or wrong, good or bad. They didn't know what the consequences were when Eve was tempted by the apple, the tree of knowledge. Until she ate from the tree of knowledge, she had no idea that what she was doing was wrong. So what is the original sin, and what is the punishment, for the rest of humanity? Any parent, any loving parent, punish every generation of their child for what one did.
And it's occurrence, right?
It's all mythology, and if you read the Hebrew as well of that of the whole creation narrative, it borrows language from the creation myths, from the surrounding pagan religions as well, the creation myths of those who surround them. But it's all mythology, all of it. So none of it even needs to make sense because it's just mythology. You know what I mean? But that's a good point that you make, and nobody seems to recognize that either. I mean, how they didn't have that knowledge prior to it. So, they had God's command, but they didn't have the knowledge of whether it was good or bad to obey or disobey God, apparently, right? That's a good point, Jess.
I mean, I agree with that, for us, for us that know that there is no point in it. But we have those people throughout our lives and throughout society that do believe that way. And we have to be able to understand them and how, we need to know how to talk to them and how to understand them and how to, in a way, combat what they say.
Yeah.
So, while we can absolutely deny the truth of it, which we do, we still have to understand that this is, this is our reality. Yeah. We are the minority, and we have to understand how to relate to it.
Which is mind-blowing, too. It is mind-blowing to me. I mean, I know that I believed wholeheartedly, so I get it. I understand that people believe it. But it is mind-blowing to me now to think how many people still believe it. You know what I mean? It's like, here we are in 2024, and people are still believing these ancient stories that have nothing to do with us. I mean, that have absolutely nothing to do with us. It's wild. It's wild. Yeah, Tasha, same.
And this is the last thing I'll say because I'm getting ready to leave by myself or by your hand. You are the God here. But for me, it's just more like when you think about all the stories that were meshed up together, and you see the spaces in between, and you realize that even in the Catholic faith, they have catacombs of things that could have been put in there. And you're not allowed to see. Why can't we see that?
Yeah. Right.
I understand the fragility of, old documents and stuff like that, but, there are ways to get photocopies. Like, I know some things are like super fragile to even light and sound and stuff like that, but there are ways with our modern technology to get this stuff and save it and share it with the whole world. Share it.
That's what
Jesus of Nazareth was a lamb to the, not going to say the word.
And that's what it is to hold control, because all of those people up in the top ranks of Roman Catholicism, just like Benny Hinn and all those guys, they all know that it's not true. They know it's not true. It's just a system. It's a system. It's a means of power and control. Joseph Smith, who created Mormonism, he knew that stuff wasn't true. He was a con man. I mean, he was an absolute 100% con man. He said he looked through these seeing stones and translated the Book of Abraham. And the Book of Abraham, they found out later, was just the ancient Egyptian funerary documents. I mean, he flat out lied. He was a con man. He knew it wasn't true. But the Pope knows it isn't true. All of those people at the top ranks, they know it's not true. The Mormon top ranks know it's not true. They know it's not true. But they have so much power and wealth and everything they could dream of, and so it keeps them in power.
The elite men, finding a way in order to continue to subjugate women and minorities. That's all it was. It was a way for them to stay in power and continue to exert that power over the women who are supposed to be, submissive to their husbands, not have any power in the church whatsoever. It was a way for them to be able to continue and justify having slavery within the boundaries of, the biblical texts. That's all it was. It was a way for the men in power at the time to be able to hold and continue to hold power over everyone else.
Exactly, Jessica. All right. Well, thank you guys. Yeah, thanks, Jess. Thanks, Rhonda. Thank you, Rhonda. Yeah, she messaged.
In this line really hurts my feelings. It's been going on. The more you share this live, and you can hit share, and you don't have to share it to anybody else. You can hit the share button and hit copy link, and it doesn't send it to anybody, but it still spreads this live out over the FYP. And this information is important for everyone to hear.
Yeah.
So please tap that screen and share this live.
Jess, I appreciate that for sure.
Say some comments real quick.
Okay.
been seeing a lot of comments about saying like we're all sinners, we're all born sinners. Some people saying that this one person, I'm probably not gonna be able to find it, but they said something along the lines of, how could I put this? Basically, how we're raised in this society to think that we're not already whole and perfect ourselves, that we need to reach for something outside of us. And people saying born sinners, like you were taught that? How do you know that? You were taught to believe that. It makes me sad because I wish people knew like you're perfect, completely perfect the way you are. You don't have to reach outside of yourself to have that wholeness. You already are whole. So
to judge yourself and feel less than whole. That's given to you. It's programmed into you, and you've been programmed to feel that. People pointing the finger at you. You deserve hell. You deserve the wrath of God. All have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. This all glorious God. I mean, it's just a constant beat down, into submission is what it is.
It just makes me sad when I see stuff like that, because I wish people knew like you're already perfect. Yeah, exactly who you are.
Right. Exactly. I'm not going to stay on much longer. I'm going to let a couple people on, and my eyes, you can tell I'm fading. I didn't sleep well last night. Okay, let's see, Vic. Let's get some other people on here. I don't know if the bottom or the top is new, so I'll go bottom and then top. All right. What's up, guys?
How's it going?
Oh, it's going well. How are you?
I'm good. I just had what I think is an original argument against Christianity.
Oh, okay.
Wanted to know if you'd like to hear it.
Yeah, sure.
So every time Jesus Christ is the most forgiving person that ever exists, they've always said yes. I've asked this dozens of times. They've all said yes. And it follows from that the most forgiving person would not give a fuck if you believe he exists. He wouldn't send you to hell eternally for not believing he exists. Right. We are not the most forgiving people, and we know that's not something we would send someone to hell for. Yeah. That exactly. That's I like that. That's spot on. That's spot on. The most loving, the most perfect God man, the most perfect God in the made flesh, right? To become the most perfect human who is most forgiving and most loving. But not going to forgive if you don't believe in me. Yeah, it doesn't add up, does it?
But who says that?
Who says
that? Who says he doesn't?
Forgive?
If he did exist, I believe he does.
Well, here's the other thing, Mona. So we are, and this would be an argument for the typical belief of the Christian. But as I've made clear in the past and on my website too, in my research, I've discovered that hell doesn't exist even in the Bible. So before I even left Christianity, I did become a Christian Universalist. So just to kind of talk about this a little bit, because most people I don't think believe this who are Christians, but and of course I don't believe it now, but I did come to a point where I was a Christian Universalist. I just wrote about this, that I was a Christian Universalist, and I did believe that through Jesus, the whole of creation would be reconciled to God. So at that point in my faith, in my belief, I would have argued and said, no, that's not, he does forgive everybody. But I think the standard, the stereotypical believing Christian does not believe that God's going to forgive everyone. That's just the predominant belief. And so that argument would be something that they would need to consider.
But he does.
Well, that's what you believe. That's what you believe. Yeah. And that's what I believed as well, until I realized that none of it is true, that the entire New Testament is a response to the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 CE. And they're just trying to understand, why did God allow Jerusalem to be destroyed? Why did God allow the temple to be destroyed by the hands of the Romans? And the answer is the New Testament. So there is no God to forgive anything. So you don't need forgiveness at all, Mona. You really don't. You are perfect. There's no such thing as sin. There's not even anything such thing as perfect, because perfect implies imperfect. And there's just no such thing. Sin doesn't exist. The need for forgiveness doesn't exist. It's all belief. It's all belief. You just have to believe those things. But that has nothing to do with this present existence in this moment, right here, right now. It's just beyond that. It's all imagination.
But there's good and evil.
You believe that, or what?
You're either going to do right or you're going to do wrong. So
that's a human concept.
There's no line. So we could all just do whatever we want.
There are cultural conditioned consequences for breaking the moral code of our culture in particular moment in history. But if you look throughout history, morality is relative. It's changed even throughout the Bible. So in the Old Testament, you see different morality than you see in the New Testament. So there is no objective morality. Morality is absolutely relative, and it's a human concept at work. It's human beings come together, forming culture, forming these conditions upon which we agree in this time and place. This is good, this is bad. If somebody does the bad, these are the consequences we're going to enact on these people. And we go, sounds good to me. But those things change depending on where you are, what you believe, when you are, and what you believe then. It all changes over time. So no, there isn't sin, there isn't good and evil. There is culturally conditioned morality that is relative to the time and place in which you live.
And that's because we have consciousness, because we're human. That existed before Christianity. Morals existed before.
Absolutely.
Where did they come from?
They don't come from it. I just explained it. It comes.
Consciousness.
It comes from.
Where do you consciously get it from?
Where do you get it from? Why are you asking that question? It's a religious motivated question. You'd have to work your imagination to answer that question. That's purely imagination. You'll have to tell me what you believe about it. You cannot tell me what is, because what is this right here in this moment. And to ask the question, where did you come from, is 100% irrelevant, because you're just going to base your answer. If you try to answer that, it's 100% imagination or 100% belief in someone else's imagination, or you're believing a book or something like that. But you cannot tell me where you came from, where I came from. It's an irrelevant question that has no answer, except an answer out of imagination or belief.
And you can have your beliefs, but
sure. Yeah, absolutely. But it doesn't mean that it's true. I mean, I could believe the Babylonian creation narrative. Oh, we came from, Tahom and Tiamat, and the creation, this Tiamat's body was the foundation of the earth and upon which all things were built. I mean, I could believe that, but it doesn't mean that it's true. By the way, you see those words in Hebrew in the Old Testament, the Genesis creation narrative, because it was influenced by the Babylonian creation narrative. I could believe those things, but it would just be a belief. And for me, I don't want to believe anything because it's irrelevant to me. There's no reason for me to believe those things, because what I experience isn't that. What I experience is this right here, right now, this very moment. I don't experience some creation narrative or myth. I don't experience any of that stuff. I experience this right here. So that makes that belief in those things irrelevant to me. It really does.
Rick, do you ever play with the pantheist version of God?
Yeah. And I just, yeah, for sure. And for me, I don't feel the need to put anything in those terms. You know what I mean? Because the way I talk, though, some people would hear me and go, well, that's a form of pantheism. And that's okay, because I don't use the term God or word God, because I don't think of it in that way at all. I recognize this moment as existence, and that means that we're all this existence and that we're inseparable, so that everything is this play of cosmic energy, this energy that is neither created nor destroyed. It is. And so we are this play of cosmic energy taking on different forms, the form of me, the form of you, but that makes us the same exact energy. We are this one interconnected, inseparable process. We can't be pulled apart. Although we think we're separate, we're not. And so that makes everything, my dog on the couch right there, this glass that I hold in my, everything is, if you want to put it in those pantheistic terms, God. It's God. Everything is the universe. Everything is the Tao. Everything is Brahman. Everything is Buddha nature. Everything is whatever terms we want to put it in.
By no means necessary. That's the point of the pantheist thing, I think. It's by no means necessary you even think about it. But if you're going to steel man that and say, okay, when we're debating God, we have to agree on what definition of God we're talking about.
Yeah.
So if we say God is everything that exists, it's self-evident.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm Batman.
Excuse me. I have the remnants of a cold over the last few days. Just attacked me. Yeah.
Did you used to be a minister?
Yeah, I was a pastor for several years. I got a Master's of Arts from Westminster Theological Seminary. I learned Hebrew and Greek, how to translate Hebrew and Greek so that I could know God more. I mean, I've said this on this live, and I'll say it again. I mean, really, honestly, I was the most sincere and genuine Christian I've ever known. and I mean that with all my heart.
So at what point did you say, well, the hell with this, I'm done with it?
When I realized that it was a product of human beings, when I realized the historical context of it and how pivotal and enormous of a moment the destruction of Jerusalem was, and how much of the New Testament is actually about and because of that destruction. Hell. So the first big doctrinal domino for me to fall was hell. I lost that belief while I was a Christian. I became a Christian Universalist. Because I recognized, okay, Gehenna, there's no hell in the Old Testament. There's Sheol, the place of the dead, but hell doesn't exist in the Old Testament. Gehenna in the New Testament is the Gehenna in the Old Testament, which is the Valley of Hinnom, is an actual valley outside of the walls of Jerusalem where trash was thrown and cursed corpses were thrown, and there was a fire that burned all the time, just like a lot of trash heaps. And so that was used in the Old Testament. The Valley of Hinnom was talked about in relation to God judging his people by the Babylonians, different nations. Well, in the New Testament, they use the same word to talk about the destruction of Jerusalem. So they're using this Gehenna to warn the Jews, nobody else, but the scribes, the Pharisees, the leaders of Israel who were rebelling against Rome and, rebelling against God. They were saying, you're going to face this Gehenna. You're going to face the destruction and judgment, the coming of Christ, right? Which was the destruction of Jerusalem. And when I realized that, and I realized, man, all of this was written after the fact as prophetic hindsight. Jesus in the New Testament never existed. Maybe there was a guide that the stories are loosely based on, but the New Testament writings, the Gospels, were written so long after the supposed life and death of Jesus that there's stories upon stories that were just concocted and basically fabricated to fit a narrative, to fit a story. And so all of the prophecies of the New Testament where Jesus is prophesying what most people think is the end of the world, which is actually he's prophesying in the New Testament, the destruction of Jerusalem. That's prophetic hindsight. And this happened in the Old Testament a lot as well. They would look at things that happened and then write about them as though they hadn't happened, but they're being prophesied. And that's what's going on in the New Testament as well. So when I realized, one, there's no hell, that set me free of fear. Number two, Jesus is never coming back because the New Testament didn't even expect him to come back. They're talking about the destruction of Jerusalem. And number three, these are human beings. These are human beings in their historical context trying to understand all of these events that they've gone through by the hands of the Romans and the destruction of their religion physically. Most of them were slaughtered. A minority of them were taken into captivity by the Romans. And they're just trying to understand this, and out comes, after years, the New Testament as an explanation in their theology, their faith, their history. They concoct this mythology to perpetuate and continue on the religion in a more spiritual way than it was physical, because the physical aspect of it was destroyed. So that for me was the end.
Yeah, I'm really liking the format you have here. This is the first time I've listened to you, so
Oh, I appreciate
I'm
it.
pretty impressed. I wanted to ask you if you'd heard of this guy called the Christian Whistleblower.
No, I don't think so, but it sounds very interesting.
This is kind of like an esoteric thing that I wouldn't usually bring up, but since you were a pastor, I think you may be able to shed some light. So this guy says that
Thank you, Lupe.
the New Testament is all out of order, and when you put it in order, the Apostle Paul actually takes the teachings of Yeshua and kind of reformats them into a fear and control matrix.
Mm.
It sounds like what you're saying with religion is bondage. You have that written up there.
Yeah.
I don't understand how you just get religion is bondage.
Mm. First of all,
fear. It's all controlled by fear.
Right.
There is no fear.
Well,
What's the fear in it?
Yeah. Well, Mona, before we go down that road, and we can and we will, but how did you feel about my response to your question? Because I really genuinely was trying to answer, as best I could for you.
That was interesting.
Yeah.
That was interesting.
Yeah.
I kind of get what you're saying, but I can't go down that road. But I understand what you're saying, though.
Well, and I don't want you to believe me. Yeah, I don't expect you to believe me, and I don't want you to believe me. But if you take this and go look at it and research it, you may discover these things yourself, or you may research and go, I don't think he's right on. So, but I appreciate you listening and entertaining me.
Well, Mona, why are you a Christian?
Yes.
Why?
Because I just believe, and I know that God works in my life, and I've seen things that He's done for me, and when there was a way out of no way, He was there for me. I mean, it wasn't something that somebody did; it's something out of the blue and things. And I know it was God, because there's no other way that certain things could happen in my life.
Can I ask?
Religion. Those are beautiful aspects, but it's not that other people.
They're not beautiful. They're true. They're true. I know. I've seen God. I've seen things.
Did your experience to these ideas that you have? But I'm saying it's not bad for other people not to believe it.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that too, because you know what? It's just like I've heard people say, you know what? I don't know what you think about Satan and what he does. It's all about having faith and believing. It's as long as you have faith, things work out.
Can I ask if you believe that the energy that you put out into the world comes back?
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
Okay, so if you're putting that energy out there for things to work out, as in you're praying, and that comes back to you, how do you know that was the Christian God that you believe in? If you're putting that energy out there, that good energy, you're praying for something to happen, that's going to come back around because you put it out there.
What's the energy? Where does the energy come from?
It just is. It doesn't come from anywhere. It just is. I think
it has to come from somewhere. It's not just. So you're saying that we as a person have the energy to do these things?
Yes, the energy can't be destroyed or created. It just. And so I do believe that, because I pray every day, but I don't believe in the Christian God. But I pray to manifest things and put that energy out into the universe and let that come back to me, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So my question is, when you're putting that energy out, how do you know that it's the Christian God that's returning it back to you?
Because that's just what I believe. I believe in higher power. Higher power. It's not. I don't think we ourselves as individuals have the power to do certain things.
Spatially.
Yes.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like my son playing a video game in there. Sometimes I have to tell him, dude, stop yelling.
Sorry.
That's all right.
You know, think we're people to have that type of energy. I believe there's a higher power. I just believe there is.
Okay.
I think we could do it on our own.
Yeah. To each their own. I think we as humans are extremely powerful. I think we all have that power within, and believing that. I mean,
where does it come from?
Well,
You're saying we as an individual. I don't think we're that great of human beings that we have that type of power.
What's better? It's better that we ascribe something that we're not sure if it's true, some kind of mythology, to say this is what it came from, or we say, I don't know.
True.
Is it better just to make something up?
Yeah. I think it comes from Zeus, obviously, right?
I don't believe in Zeus.
Exactly. That's my point, is that, it is kind of a, why do you have to ask yourself, why do I believe this? Why do I believe this particular story about it? And there's a lot.
It works. It's the energy,
Well,
and it works.
Well, that's your belief about it, right? But and you keep asking, well, where does it come from? But again, that's an irrelevant question, because and also it's not just irrelevant, but it comes down to absurdity, because you demand, okay, if we are energy, and you say, well, it has to come from somewhere. Well, what is God? Well, okay, God is spirit. Oh, well, where does that come from? Well, it doesn't come from anywhere. Well, it has to come from somewhere. I could use that same argument, but you're saying
We
that.
came from somewhere. So where do we come from? We
So
came from somewhere.
how do you
So where's the
know?
energy
How do you know that? How do you know we came from somewhere? Did you experience coming from somewhere else?
Because we exist.
What? Yeah, but I'm saying is, how do you know because we exist that demands that we came from somewhere? Like, where did we come from? Where do you presume we came from? Where did you experience coming from? Is the best question, really.
Where did we experience coming from?
Where did you experience where you came from? You said we had to come from somewhere, and I said, how do you know? Did you experience coming from somewhere?
Because we exist.
Okay, but you said God exists, right? So because
Yeah.
God exists, he would have to come from somewhere. Where did he come from? It's the same argument. I mean, I'm just repeating what you said. Where did he come from?
We'll never know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, why is that okay? We can't say existence just is. You don't have to ask where it
No one
came
knows.
from.
No one knows.
You-
To say that you know for sure, 100% sure, is your imagination. And like this person, Critter, he said, he or she said, we aren't that great because we've been taught to control us and our money. And I mean, I do think that's why people think so little of themselves, because that's the way we were raised in this society. That's how we've been programmed to believe that, we aren't perfect, we aren't powerful, we aren't already whole, and we think that we have, we're separate from that unless, we reach out for it.
Shows that programming when you can say, well, we exist, we must come from somewhere. But then you say, well, God exists, he must come from somewhere. You go, I don't have to answer that question. That is a great example of that programming. You don't see anything wrong with that. And I'm saying, if you have to have somewhere to come from because we exist, why? I mean, it's totally absurd to have a somewhere you come from, but that somewhere that you came from doesn't have to have a somewhere where it came from. I mean, it's just absurd. It really is.
Someone said we aren't supposed to know, and that's the beauty.
Well, you can't.
Supposed to know.
We can't know. It's irrelevant. It's totally irrelevant, because anybody that says they know, oh, well, we came from this God or Zeus or whatever, it's imagination. It's pure belief.
The Alan Watts quote where he says, what was it? basically talking about how you didn't have any experience.
Oh yeah, before you were born. Yeah.
Yeah. So after you die, the same experience is the same as before you were born.
Yeah. What's there to fear?
You say when you die?
Yeah. There's no. What experience do you have before you were born?
Oh, exactly, Tasha.
We have none.
Right. The experience of nothing.
Right.
So the quote goes, so after your death, it's the same experience, the same sort of experience as when you were born.
It's just like, yeah, true. Like when we were born and we don't know, and when we die, we don't know. That's like we're sitting here talking about where we came from, and is there a God, isn't there a God?
Right.
Well, all of us will never know until we kiss this world goodbye.
There you go.
So why are we here?
Well, that's the same question. It's irrelevant. There is no why. Why do you have to have a why when you are here, right now, and this existence, this present moment existence is where you are and all that exists? Why is an irrelevant question. Now, again, if you can give a personal why, that's fine. But if you try to give some metaphysical overarching why, again, it's the same act of imagination that you're going to give for where did we come from. It's the same question. It's the same irrelevant question that has no answer except an answer of imagination or belief or something like that. Or I'm going to take a book's word for it, or I'm going to take, a preacher's word for it or something like that.
A good answer for that when you have that question of why are we here, my favorite thing from him is he's like, just be here now.
Yeah, right.
Just be here.
Yeah,
just be here. Just like be here. It's like there doesn't have to be a reason for us to be here or exist.
Yeah, that's right.
You can just be. Like, we're not human tryings, we're human beings.
Yeah,
so it's okay to just be.
Yeah, exactly. And the why is a question out of anxiety too. It's like it just produces anxiety. Why am I here? There's something I'm supposed to fulfill. Well, the most important thing you can do if you need a why is, like Vic said, be here now, because you're thinking about why in the future. There's somewhere I need to be in the future. Where did I come from in the past? And you're missing the only thing that really exists that you really have an experience of. And it's this very moment right here, right now. It's the only thing you experience. It's the only real experience there is.
You can get a true subjective answer to that question, but it's not going to be objective.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And that's what I mean. You can have your personal why. That's, like, why do you get up and go to work every day? You can have a personal why. I want to do this. I want to do that with my life. And there's nothing wrong with anything. There's nothing wrong with any of it. But if you need an overarching, objective, metaphysical why, it's going to be, you just have, if you're honest with it and you say, well, I know it's my imagination, I know it's my belief, but it's what I believe. There's nothing wrong with that either. But just recognize that it is a belief and that it is unnecessary. It's unnecessary. It really is. If you're truly in this moment and you are so engulfed in this one experience that you have, because you truly don't experience anything but this moment, you really don't need a why. It becomes irrelevant to you, because like you're with the people you love, perhaps, or you're doing something you love, or you're engulfed and you're in the zone of something, or you're whatever it is, you're in it, and all those questions become irrelevant.
Like a dance, like Alan Watts says.
Yeah.
The purpose of dancing is not to finish, but it's just
not to get to the end.
Each moment of the dance, just like
it's
a
this
song.
Step right here.
You don't listen to a song to get to the end of the song. You're listening to enjoy every part of it.
Yeah.
And someone said spend a great deal of life thinking about where we're going. And that made me think of something the other day that I saw on TikTok. We have an eternity to be something else other than after we die. So why are we spending all of our time trying to figure that out when we can just be human for this little snippet of eternity that we have to be this human in this lifetime? Like, why spend our entire life worrying about that.
Yeah. Absolutely.
You can imagine that you just don't want to know the reason why. That's why you don't know, because you agreed not to know before you came here. And that could very well be true, but there's no way to know that.
Right. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with, there's you can think of all kinds. But if you're aware that they are just thoughts, that you're aware that these are just thought experiments, and you're just having fun with it. And that's the thing that we don't do with it, is have fun with it. Most of the time we're so serious about it. It's got to be this, it's got to be that. Well, if you were just really having fun with these thoughts, then it wouldn't be so serious, and it would be more of an entertaining thing than a life or death kind of thing.
That's interesting.
Sounds like
So are you saying that there's no purpose, that we're here, we're just here for the moment? Is that what you're saying?
Well, what I'm saying is that for me to say there is a purpose, for me, that overarching purpose, that objective purpose, like God giving us a purpose or whatever it is irrelevant. I don't think about it. It just doesn't, it's meaningless to me. It doesn't mean that you don't have a purpose in your life. Like, I'm setting my alarm in the morning because I got to go to work or whatever. Or, I'm working so that I can feed my family and I can do this and that or whatever. There's purpose. There's individual purpose that our egos have to exist and survive and go on. But the question of what's the purpose of everything is unanswerable and irrelevant. It just doesn't have any relevance to this present moment right here, right now. Because if there is a purpose, if you need that purpose, it would be, again, to be here right now in this only thing that you experience, and it's this existence. You never experience anything outside of this moment. And so that has to be the purpose if you need a purpose. But there's no, it would just be it would be imagination, again, for me to say, well, the ultimate purpose of all things is to fill in the blank, go to heaven, whatever it is. That would just be, you shouldn't take me seriously if I had said something like that. You would just say, well, that's his opinion, and he's made that up, or believe somebody else saying that. But it's not my opinion that we are here right now. That's not my opinion at all. It's just the fact of experience that you are here right now in this moment. And that's what you know. That's what you feel. That's what you taste. That's what you smell. That's what you see. And it's all that you experience. And so purpose implies I got to get somewhere else. I got to get somewhere else. There is nowhere else to get. You have to figure out how to be aware of this moment, 100% aware of this moment. And purpose, it just becomes irrelevant. You see it for what it is. It's a human concept. It's a philosophically, religiously motivated human concept, or just put it simply, it's a human concept that really has no value outside of this philosophically powered thought.
purpose.
Huh?
What'd you say?
Every possible purpose. That's the purpose for life's existence. That possible purpose can happen.
Yeah. Hey, that reminds me that you said that. What popped in my mind was a movie called Mr. Nobody. Have you ever seen it? That's such a good movie. It's Jared Leto, Mr. Nobody. It's called Mr. Nobody. It's so weird. It's a very weird movie. But there's a line in the movie that says how does it go? Every possible life. I can't remember the line, but anyway, it's really good. But the point of the movie is all of these different potentialities are playing out throughout the whole movie. And you just see all these possibilities in all of their veins throughout life. Anyway, that's what it reminded me of. It's
Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
that's a good one too. That's a crazy movie.
That's a good movie.
Yeah.
that one tripped me
People
out.
loved it or hated it, and I loved it.
They won like what, 8 Oscars or something?
Really? Wow. Yeah, I
Or
loved it.
7? I can't remember, but they've won Oscars.
And not only, and the title, and Mona, you loved it too. That's awesome. The title is so good because it really is everything, everywhere, all at once, and it's every emotion. You experience every emotion during it too. Sadness, hilarity. I mean, you die laughing. You know, you're somber. I mean, you go through all the range of emotions, and there's all these different possibilities at work. It's so crazy. Such a crazy show.
Insane.
It's good stuff.
This is a very interesting conversation.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, I'm gonna answer this person because they've been questioning in the comments, and just so that it's easier than typing. People to
Chester, right?
TikTok doesn't give you a long enough like response.
Yeah.
So I heard when you pray, you said you pray so when you who listens, and how do you receive? Oh, so I don't pray to someone or something. I pray to put that energy out into the universe, because I believe that when you speak, voice is vibrations in the air. We can't see it, but that doesn't mean that it's not there. I mean, scientifically. And so I believe that when you put that energy physically out into, I think of it like this little energy grid. I just like to call it the universe. You call it whatever you want to call it. I think that when I pray for things like for, my loved ones to be happy and healthy and safe and loved, or for certain things to go, well in my career or whatever else, I believe that I can pray those things and put that energy out there without praying to someone specifically, because that's not my goal, is not to pray to someone specifically. I don't know if that answers their question.
Like you say, you pray to an energy. So what is
not to an energy? I pray to put energy out.
So, Vic, you're meaning more of like a vibration kind of thing, like resonating throughout.
Yeah.
Butterfly flapping its wings kind of thing.
So what the energy? Where does there's an energy out there? Where does the basis of the energy come from? Like, are you just saying it's like all of us as human beings? It's like,
I just believe, okay, so in a scientific way, energy is vibrations, right? It's all around us. We can't see it, but it's there.
But how does it control anything? Like, who's the master of the energy? Like,
I don't think that there is a master of the energy. I just know that the energy is, because it's what I experience right now, and I have experienced in the past putting that out there. It comes back around. You even said yourself earlier, you believe the energy you put out comes back to you, and that's basically just what I'm doing. Just not in the sense of sending it to someone specifically. I'm not praying to a certain person or God or whatever. I don't know if that makes sense or not.
So you're saying it's just like a vibe that it's just like a vibe you're just sending out.
Yeah, I think that there's different ways to move energy, and I think one of them is speaking. The other, I think, is writing, and then also movement. So
I mean, even something as touching someone is energy, right? I mean, even like if I see body, that's energy. It's all energy. It's all energy, and it's affecting whatever it is. And you can if I'm touching my hand, I'm touching energy, because energy touching energy. It's all energy. And so I think what Vic is saying is,
as an example. So like I do gratitudes in the morning. So I'm grateful for blank because blank, but instead of just writing it, so speak it. Just another way to move that energy out there and put that gratitude out there, because I want that to come back to me.
What makes you think you have the power to move that energy? Like where's the force? Where's the force of the energy come from?
That I don't know, and I don't think anyone knows.
Well, again,
Okay,
that's the same question we were talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Mona.
I don't believe anyone knows 100% for sure. And
it's called God. So I understand where you're coming from. I really do.
well, Christians believe in a God that's separate from themselves. I believe that all of that is already within us.
We believe that's the energy. That's where the energy comes from. That's the difference. You step.
I was Catholic for 20 years, so I do know what Christians believe.
No, it's totally different.
So-
and Christianity, two different. We don't pray to Mary, all Mary, full of grace. We don't do that.
Right, but of course they have different ways of going about their religious practices, but they still believe in Christianity.
It's different.
I was also in a non-denominational church too at one point. So like I've experienced all of that, and this is just what I believe now. So
Yeah, cause it's just kind of like you are religious. You just don't realize it. It's
No.
like, yeah,
I don't claim to be anything.
you don't believe in a dark energy.
I believe there is light and dark. Yes.
Okay. But you believe, I think we all, like you, I think you're on the same thing as like Christianity, but you don't believe there's a God. Like you said, you believe in an energy.
Okay, someone says you're spiritual and don't realize it. Okay,
Yeah.
you can call it spirituality, but it's not a religion, and it's not believing in one God that's separate from myself.
And I think there are two concepts getting confused. So Mona keeps asking or saying, you believe in an energy. And I think that's in her framework. She thinks of and something out there. So like in her mind, I think she pictures you believing in an energy out there, like a higher power or something like that. And Vic, what Vic is saying is, no, everything is that energy. Everything is energy, period. And so when Vic speaks, that's no different energy than waving a hand. It all affects energy around. And so Vic speaks positive things to affect positive energy, things like that. But what Vic's not saying, correct me, she's saying that an energy out there, hears her and affects something around her or anything like that.
Yeah, I'm not doing that to an energy out there. I just believe that that energy that I'm putting into what I would call the universe.
It's like let me see.
You keep saying that there's an energy out here, so it has to come from somewhere.
It's not an energy out there. That's what I'm talking about, is that concept there. It's not an energy out there. Like, you don't even have to call it energy. Just say the like to use is existence.
It's like,
Yeah.
It's not like, I'm not talking about a deity or God.
Right.
Just talking about just energy.
It's not energy.
Energy has to come from somewhere.
Is
It's like electricity.
energy is neither created nor destroyed. Matter, energy, because matter is energy. Matter and energy, they're neither created nor destroyed. So it doesn't have to come from
You're saying
anywhere.
it's not created.
Right. Yeah, that's the point I was making earlier. Again, this is what we were talking about earlier, Mona, when I said, where does God come from? Do you believe God come from?
He's been here.
Okay. So you're okay with saying that, but you're not okay with me saying existence just is. Energy just is. And that is that programming at work. That's because you're in this thinking mechanism that says there must be a creator of this, but there doesn't have to be a creator of that.
Why doesn't there need to be? You have to create everything.
You just told me you just told me that God doesn't have a creator.
He's
So yeah, but you're okay with God not having a creator, but it's absolutely imperative and necessary for existence to have a creator. You're missing that double standard that you're having here. It's an absolute double standard, and it's special pleading is what it is. It's called special pleading. So you're saying, well, we can't exist without a creator because anything that exists has to have a creator. Well, you say God exists, so God has a creator by that same logic. Well, no. Well, that's called special pleading. Well, why not? Well, I don't know. He just is. Well, that's just that. It's an absurd thing to say, really, because you're saying we're wrong for saying existence just is, but you're not wrong for saying, well, God just is. It really is absurd. It really is. It's an absurd thing to say, because
That's human.
I just want to say something to the comments. People, to the people of both sides of this whole thing, that like the judgment and throwing out hate and laughing and all that stuff at people for like someone's programmed to believe something. It's not their fault for the way they believe and see things. So all the hatred, like being no better than how Christians are when they're spewing out hatred, just to put that out there.
yeah.
Hatred, then they're not Christians because
Taisha.
that's not what it's about.
Taisha, what's up?
Can you hear me?
Aisha, oh my God, it's been like a year.
It's been a long time.
What's up,
How are
Taisha?
y'all?
Good. You're tired, Dave? Me too, man. I'm not going to be on much longer. Dave said he's so tired. Me too. I'm gonna put somebody else on two at the same time.
Victoria, I'm gonna follow you. You have some.
This
you
person.
have some really good. You're a good person.
Thank you.
For
Thank
sure,
you.
100%.
You're a good person too.
100%, 100%. I can back that up.
I feel the vibe.
Tasha, it's good to have you on. I know you have a cold or something going on, so I'm glad you're here anyway. I'm getting over it.
Yeah,
And then
I had some drinks, so the headache went away.
nice. This is a place to be loved. I've seen a bunch of comments from him saying, let me go live. So I'm gonna let him go live as well, bring him on. And I'm not gonna stay on much longer. Yeah, for sure. You too, Mona. For sure. I appreciate you. I love you, and I thank you for being here. Okay. You too, Mona. All right. I'm not going to be on much longer, but we'll do this for a little while.
How many?
I always say
many
that.
drinks in
Just a few.
You remember that one time? Is that I think like the end of 2022, one of your lives, you said it like 10 something. You were like, I'm getting off in a few minutes, and it was like 1:30 in the
I know.
okay.
I did that the other night too. So right now I've been on for 3.5 hours. The other night I kept saying, I got to go to bed. I got to go to bed. It was 5.5 hours I was on live.
Thank you for putting me on and everything.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks for being here.
Listening.
Yeah. How you doing?
I'm doing great. I
Good.
was wondering, is it okay if I like say something I've been like hearing and thinking of through it?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I just want to say it all the way through. But
Well,
I don't want to say like,
Well, it depends. It depends because if you're here to have a conversation, that's awesome. But if you want to, if what you're about to do is like preach and you don't want us to stop you, then no.
it's okay. I just wanted to like finish a thought. That was my main. But if you want to stop, I guess that's.
It just depends on what it is because I'm really not interested in. I don't want to put it. Do what?
Please don't preach.
Yeah, I mean, I've just been through that. I've been through that. You can't. I mean, you can't imagine how many times, and it's just nothing new. And I don't want to hear that. So, but I'm not saying that's what you're going to do, just to put it out there. But if you want to have a conversation, unless, we can talk about some things.
Oh, absolutely. But I'm a Christian.
Okay.
And I love that y'all are seeking truth, and it sounds like amazing people seeking truth. And I think that's what God loves, that, seeking truth and wanting honesty and honest faith and honest belief. And I just want to talk like things like, I heard like fear. And I always noticed like Jesus would always say over and over again, like, do not be afraid. And like the Bible even says that the goodness of God leads to repentance, not fear. And
do you fear God or no? You don't fear God? Do you have a fear of God?
The fear of God in the Bible, whenever Jesus described that actually, whenever he was being tempted by the devil, he said, you shall only worship the Lord thy God. And he described the fear of God as worship God. So I like Jesus' definition of fear of God was the worship of God. Worshiping God.
Yeah, I agree. You shouldn't fear God because, in reality, there's no God there to fear. And I don't know if you've been on for long or how long you've been on, but, what I've come to a conclusion of in my research and studies for years and years and years is that hell doesn't even exist in the Bible. So hell is not even a real place anyway. So I agree with you that there's no reason to fear. I don't think there's any reason to worship either, because I just don't feel like there's a God to worship or fear. But I'm glad you don't fear, because that's a step in the right direction. When I was still a Christian and still in ministry, I lost the fear of hell because I figured out hell doesn't exist, and I became a Christian Universalist at the time, and I lost fear totally. And that was a step in the right direction, because ultimately there is nothing to fear at all. And there's no God to fear or worship either. It's just belief. It's, if you worship a God, it's belief, and that's fine. That's your choice to make. But it's just it's a belief that you have you're hanging on to that doesn't actually exist. And if you're aware that it is belief, that's fine. If that's what you choose to do.
I also wanted to talk. I heard also talking about eating the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and I think it's interesting. It says the knowledge of good.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like the law as well. I heard like talking about like either a Christian feels self-righteous or they feel like a sinner, which like brings shame and condemnation. However, David talks about righteousness without works. That's by God's grace. It's a righteousness that's a gift, not something earned. Jesus would talk to the self-righteous that they put burden and commands on people without lifting a hand to help them. And I also noticed like the world describes words like definitions of love or humble. But I think like humble's not thinking less of yourself, but humble's more of asking for help, knowing you can't do it yourself, like needing God's help. And that's what I kind of see.
Okay. Yeah. And I just, for me, from my perspective, I honestly don't think Jesus said any of that. I think those words were put into a character Jesus' mouth, because those writings for me, in my research, I found that especially the Gospels, they're written after 70 AD, the destruction of Jerusalem. And the New Testament is really all about that destruction by the Romans. Thank you, Mona. So we're speaking very different languages, and I've been a believer. I mean, I've been a very sincere, genuine believer. I don't know if you heard me, but I mean this with all sincerity. I was the most sincere, genuine believer I've ever known.
Peaceful, nice people, and wise.
What's that?
Everyone on here has been real wise, and I've been enjoying the like different funny like ways of saying things. It's just been real enjoy to listen to, and y'all been just real nice and real cool.
That's awesome. Yeah. I appreciate you, my friend. I appreciate you. But yeah, we're just speaking different languages. We're coming from different perspectives, so it's just they're totally different worlds.
That's short. I don't know if there's other people in the live, and I just wanted to say a few things what I've been wanting to say, and I don't want to hold anybody up. And if there's any questions or anything you want to ask me, or just anything's mine.
No, I appreciate you. I appreciate you coming on. You guys, Tasha, Victoria, you guys have anything? Thank you, Mona.
Perspectives, and we're the universe experiencing itself from perspectives.
Right.
I really like thinking about that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We're the universe experiencing itself from different perspectives. We're the apertures through which the universe is looking at itself and learning about itself. And so there's all these different perspectives, you know.
I say it all the time that
Oh, Dave has a question.
we
Yeah.
all pretty much believe in the same thing to an extent, but it's taken a different way from every walk of life, every culture, and we could all be wrong. So
You know,
Because, like I like how y'all said earlier, you can learn anywhere. Like sometimes, like you said, you can learn something. Like even
Mhm.
listen to Spider-Man, they can learn anywhere. It's not just like in a box. You can only learn in one place. Like I learn things here. I'm a Christian, and I can learn things in other places. I mean, there's that kind of thing that it's not only one place you can learn. I enjoyed like listening and thinking, and that's very true. You can learn wisdom anywhere.
Sure. Yeah, that's right, my friend. That's absolutely true. You know, one thing I really have learned things from fiction writings. You know, I mean, if I read Alice in Wonderland, I mean, I learn things when I read Alice in Wonderland. There's all kinds of places that you can. Yeah, Star Wars. And language, you know, the thing about language is it is a human creation. I mean, they're words are used and created to try to convey our own thoughts and concepts, and they never quite get at reality. They just can't get at reality because reality can't be put into words really ultimately, because words are a part of reality, or words are a part of the existence. So they're just human creations as well. So we do the best we can with the language we have and the words we have, but it never ever really quite gets down to the, you know, as Nacho Libre would say, the nitty gritty. I love that movie.
But thank you for staying on. Appreciate it and everything. Thank you for letting me come up.
For sure.
Appreciate it. You have a great night and great
You
weekend.
too.
you too.
Love you too, my friend. Thank you. So I almost kicked you, Vic. Tasha and Vic, you've been with me since day one almost. Dave, Dave.
Yeah.
Dave said he had a question. Did I miss it? Okay. He said, I love the Force. Jeff Cragen is a friend of mine from Instagram. Oh, yeah, Dave. Yeah, Dave, sure.
Sweet. Here it is.
Hey, what's up?
Justin now. So this is not to do with religion at all. First, how is it that we can see Victoria's cute little face in that screen? I don't get it.
This is because this is an
You can
issue.
choose.
This was an issue that me and Rick had for over a year ago, where I didn't have over 1,000 followers, so I wasn't allowed to like join the live like this. So I took my business page that had over 1,000 followers and I switched it to my personal, and then made my page be the business page. So now the account that has over 1,000 followers, I can get on the live.
How many followers do you have, Dave?
Not enough. I don't have 1,000. I just created this profile a couple months ago when I moved back to Galveston to be with Rick. Yeah.
Because I have the option. to do video, but I just look homeless today.
I always look homeless. Can you kick me out and I come back? I want to put my face in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, cool. Let's try it again. Yeah.
Vic, here I go. It's, I said not much longer. It's going to be 5.5 hours.
Honestly, I'm glad because it's been so long. And
Yeah.
It's been a year. I'll text you later about that, but it's just nice to be able to hang again. So
Sure, I know. Tasha's husband Austin says, how did he put it? I'm a A long goodbye. No, what was it?
What'd you say?
Oh, linger.
A long labor.
Long labor. It's so true. There's Dave.
Dave.
Labor.
I need
Nothing.
1,000 followers.
Nothing. Do you really? So you don't have the option.
Yeah.
Dave, there was nothing special I did to get those followers.
yeah, I
That
see
literally I posted one video that was like Alan Watts talking over this like video I edited, and it just got like 100,000 views, and then that's what got me the followers. So just post Alan Watts videos, and maybe it'll.
Hey,
I think
you know,
can buy 'em too, Dave.
you know what's crazy, Dave?
You can buy them.
You can.
Yeah.
I don't know who to trust to do that though. I don't know. I never
I
really.
don't either.
But Dave, my Alan Watts video that has like 12 million views, I've seen so many people rip that video, download it, repost it as their own, and it gets so many views. Just save my Alan Watts video and repost it.
Hey, I don't know how to do that. Can you send it to me?
Yeah, I'll send it. I'll
Maybe I
send it to
need
you.
that audio on some of my art videos.
Yeah. Use the audio. Yeah.
What is
It's like ridiculous.
that? I'm sorry. I just fell on my dog.
Oh no.
Yeah, because I was turning. So, okay, that's what it is. So, hey, could everyone follow me? And while you give me those coins that Victoria has? Why would I see one?
Wait, what are these coins? What is
You got a bunch of
I want
coins.
some now.
Oh, look at it. Yeah. You got a bunch of gifts.
What do they do? I don't know how to do TikTok.
That you can convert them to money or send them. Like I just sent one to. Oh wait, I was trying to. I don't know if I can. I was gonna send one to Dave. Yeah, there you go. There you go, Dave. Oh look, you're getting some now. Look at that.
Thank you.
Someone said they're like kudos for you.
Yeah.
And then you can just give them to other people and stuff. And
Yeah, they're very
there was a
cool.
notice that I had like 85 cents.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I was a little confounded by TikTok. I was like, I want to learn another one. That's why I dragged ass to get on the platform. But now I'm starting to get a little fascinated by it, and I understand what people are into. But we're supposed to talk about Jesus and how he hates us, right? Isn't that
What did you ask your? Oh yeah, you did ask your question. It was about the camera, huh?
Yeah. I
Oh,
just
okay,
wanted to know
okay.
how Victoria was doing what she's doing.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's interesting. I just want to follow up with what the dude said and what some people are saying in the comments that, oh, everybody in here is so pleasant and so nice. And that's, a fallacy to think that you can't be a good person without an overlord watching you and judging you for everything you do. It's, anyway, I'm just saying what everybody knows.
Yeah, it's worth being said. It's worth being said because people are this when I talk about religion being bondage, it has that in my mind. I'm thinking of the separation that it creates. It creates division. It fragments all these people from each other, right? And so it demonizes other people. It demonizes those who don't agree. And it's kind of shocking to some people. It's shocking to come across people who don't believe the same things that they do, and they're actually genuine, good, nice people.
Yeah, right. It's like, everybody wants to call you an atheist. Everybody wants to, it's so hard for people to accept that, because you're told to fear, and you're told you're going to be punished if you don't believe. It's like.
Yeah.
What kind of a God would do that? That was another basis of me kind of changing my mind years ago.
Yeah.
It was like, God, if this is the all-loving me. If you make a mistake, you're possibly going to have for eternity. It's just ridiculous. That's an insane God. That's an insane God.
One more person.
Right. Some for you. Yeah, I didn't know.
Westminster Theological Seminary. Yeah. Yep.
Thank you,
Westminster.
Tony.
Hello, Awaken.
Yeah. This is a great.
Oh, good. Thank you.
To hear. I guess like people who have like strong religious backgrounds, like going beyond it, like what was the waking up point, like led to deeper understanding?
So yeah, and I've talked about it a lot. I don't know if you were on, but are you talking about why I left Christianity and then embarked on another path, basically? Yeah. So for me, and this is what I was telling the guy before, or two people ago, was that it was really just coming in a nutshell, just real brief, coming to an understanding of basically the historical context of the New Testament. And that's what did it for me. And I realized that the New Testament, the Bible, religion period is products of human beings trying to understand their own experience, where they are historically, culturally, sociopolitically, human concepts at work, just trying to explain existence in light of all kinds of things, various beliefs or politics or whatever it is, people trying to understand their experience. So when I realized that, and that's very much in a nutshell, I mean, just like really brief, without going into detail, I got out, I broke free of the bondage of religion. And what happened to me after that, I haven't talked about tonight, is I kind of my pendulum swung like to the opposite perspective and became basically kind of an angry atheist, just like, why was I so duped? I was mad. I was angry. How could I believe these things for so long? And it really pissed me off, to be honest. And but over time, I found myself kind of swinging back to just a middle ground, a middle road, where I wasn't angry. I appreciated everything that I had experienced. And Alan Watts had a lot to do with that. I encountered Alan Watts a year or two after I left Christianity and got out of ministry. And Alan Watts has just been invaluable to me. He helped me understand Eastern thinking and non-duality types of philosophies and wisdoms and paths. So he kind of interpreted Eastern thinking to me in a way that I can understand it. And then I just went on from there and really kind of just formed my own path, coming to a place where I am now, where I just am. And I experience this existence as existence. And I'm not any particular thing or label or philosophy. I'm kind of an eclectic of all kinds of things and totally at peace with it. I mean, I'm just absolutely at peace where I am and where I've been on this path.
Awesome. I love to hear it. I have a very similar path. That's why I was drawn to it. So
Okay. Gotcha.
I was atheist for a few years too. And I think that's why there was such a draw to this live, where it was like, one side didn't make sense, the other side didn't make sense, and finding the happy medium in between, just like path.
Yeah.
Right. That's it. Not necessarily following. And this is what I tell people too, is that I feel like religion is following somebody else's spiritual experience. But spirituality is living through it and creating that path back to source, whatever you label it as, and finding who you are through this human body that you're in during this time, right? And again, love this conversation.
I like that.
We can talk about that.
I like that. I like the way you put that. Religion is someone else's experience, and spirituality, if you want to use that terminology or however you want to put it in the language, is living it, walking your own path, walking your own experience. Yeah, that's good. I like that. And that's exactly right. Because for me, religion it's simply taking someone else's word for it. And that someone else is no different than you. They're trying to figure things out as well. And so you have to accept it on belief. Whereas if you experience what is, now it's your own. And now you don't have to believe because you know. You don't have to have this, you don't have to hang on to a belief because and I say this a lot too, you know, there's a difference between belief and faith. Belief is like hanging on with dear might. Please be true. Please be true. I really want this to be true. And faith is like letting go of those beliefs, letting go of it all, and trusting yourself to the process, trusting yourself as the flow of cosmic energy, trusting yourself as existence itself, whatever it is, whatever terms you want to put it in, trusting yourself as that, and coming to your own truth, essentially.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It's again just finding the truth of who we really are, and that's again just and outside of this body, right? When we transcend, it's not. I don't know. I mean, and that could be like a whole other conversation too. But finding love for one another during this experience, right? So during this experience of living through this human body, is how can we find more love for even people who it is hard to have, you know,
Dave, mute your mic, Dave.
What? I'm so sorry.
Mute your mic.
I was like, is Dave eating?
I'm trying. I want to hear what she's saying, and I can't hear Awaken.
I'm so sorry. It's Milo's poop bag. I had no idea. Hey, the reason
I
was being silent the whole time. I just want to know what the rest of now.
It's all the grass rustling around. I was like,
look, I was tying up his poop bag.
Oh, that's what it was.
Milo's got me outside at
yeah.
13, and it's 38 degrees. Okay.
No,
so
go.
I was trying. I unmuted because I wanted to ask Awaken Wit. You know, the girl that was just talking. I can only see half your name. It's Awaken with
Annette.
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 And Annette, I just want to know what that means. What are you awakening from? And I'm now going to go silent.
Yeah. So I guess it was like the realization, kind of similar to what we just talked about, of like seeing past the division, seeing past all of these stories that we've been told, right? Similarly to what I kind of alluded to earlier, where it was like we've been living like our world through somebody else's perspective, right? We've been living through these institutions that were established through other people's experience during those different lifetimes, and we're still experiencing life through what they experience. Like the remnants of their experience is, in a sense, has some control over how we're living in modern day. We're obviously seeing how a lot of it is not very conducive to how we live, and it's not very conducive to being rooted in love, being rooted in empathy, being rooted in looking out for one another, being heart-centered, being just more
genuine love.
Yeah, and that's what it comes down to, right? Pure love is again just finding love for one another, everyone, even the people that it's hard to find love for, and that only signals that there's something that we need to find that's uncomfortable within ourselves, and see what that discomfort is, recognize it for what it is, and see how can I still find love for that discomfort that it's reflecting back to me. And so I guess it's just awakening from my specialty, my niche is more geared towards parents, and really stopping those generational cycles and seeing how they can be the person that stops the cycle in their family lineages, and how they can show pure love to their children, who will reflect that back and raise more, consciously aware children, more heart-centered, empathetic kids. Because I mean, take a look at the world. Most of the people that are running the world are coming from this very egotistic, ego-centered parenting styles that have led to these adult children being angry because they're not getting their way. And we're all suffering as a part of what I believe is like outdated parenting. So waking up from that. Sorry, convoluted, really long.
No, it's really good. Sorry, you had something to say, Dave?
No, I just was complimenting Annette. So go ahead, Victoria.
I was just gonna say, like, back when my parents were just becoming parents, I wish that was the thing that was, because we're all really, like, the thing that you said about you already know within, but we're taught by society and by those around us, and the biggest teacher of our ego is our parents. So it's like, I feel like if they had these kinds of resources back then, people would not be as egotistical as they are today, or at least be more aware of both sides.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. You know, there was something I wanted to say. You know, it's a lot of where another thing that helped me kind of arrive to where I am is oddly enough, the George Carlin bit that he does about religion and, you know, the hypocrisy of, you know, things like that. And he talks about how there is no God. You know, I don't know if anybody else pays attention, but if you're not familiar with what I'm talking about, seek it out. George Carlin, at the end of his life and career, he really, you know, came to an understanding, and he's got some really great stuff. And there you go, Rubio. There was something else I wanted to say. I can't remember though, so I'm going to go quiet.
Annette, you said you are working with like focus more on parents. So do you coach them or counsel them, or how does that work?
Yeah, so I coach parents, and a little, okay, like I'll tell you guys, like, look at us a little bit more. So I get the catalyst to, I guess, going down the spiritual path was, again, stopping these cycles, was after I had my own daughter. And it was the realization of how I was so indoctrinated with all these other beliefs that did not resonate, because now I had my daughter who was just pure love, who is just existing, right? And like, she literally cracked my heart open, and still to this day I'm in awe that, like, I'm able to be here and show so much love, because the person I was 10 years ago, 15 years ago, she would not recognize this person right now. And it's, sorry, I'm like,
That's right.
it's just understanding that, like, I coach parents because I became spiritual knowing that I wanted to change the path that she was going to be on, right? If I could give her the foundation of love, of emotional regulation, of pure unconditional love. Granted, I'm still human, right? I'm still having human experience.
Sure.
But that's, again, what I teach parents too, is learning that, like, they can see the human in you. So anytime I get triggered sometimes, and sometimes I myself have moments with her where I'm not showing love, but I practice what I preach, is that I recover, right?
Mm-hmm.
You tell her, you know what, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have handled it that way.
Yeah.
Mommy should not have said that. Mommy should have been more mindful. I understand that it hurt your feelings. I recognize my part in that. I still love you. I love you so much. And I hope that, we can work together and find connection again. And how can I show you love even past this, and owning up to it. And I think this is, again, where a lot of parents from previous generations struggle, is that they can't recognize their own part and their own doing, like, effects that their behavior has on their children. Right? And this is why I specifically work with parents, because I truly believe when we can raise our kids this way, then they are the ones who can take it and, like, run with it. Right? They will become the future leaders of the world. Most of us are operating from the unconscious mind, and the unconscious mind is developed from the womb until around age 7. That is literally the most important time during somebody's life that you have the greatest impact. So if we can get in during that time and pour so much love, empathy, and recognition, and compassion as the baseline point, then that will continue to repeat over and over again. And if we have that become a domino effect, then that's how we're literally going to change the world.
That's good. Yeah, that's amazing.
Do you teach about attachment styles?
Yeah, so that's one thing that I teach, is that I love combining psychology, science with spirituality. So another part of my story is that I also discovered I have mediumship abilities. Once going down this journey was like, then I could connect to loved ones from the other side. And I've helped people in that way too. And so I try to incorporate a very holistic approach and showing them like, look, this is the science that backs it. This is the psychology of teaching you attachment styles, what's going on in the nervous system, why the behavior is modified, right? So like just teaching them how to even adjust behavior, but also having them know like, then there's also this other layer of like spirituality and the ego that comes from psychology and how they're all playing a part in having this grand effect for our
That's
children.
something I've been learning a lot the past year. I just had my 3rd session of therapy. I started therapy this year. Did not want to do it, but I'm doing it anyways. But that's one of the things that we're like getting into is attachment stuff. Just, basically, what your parents, things that they did when you were in that crucial age. It has a huge effect on the way you react and think about things as an adult. And I'm just like, it's crazy.
Yeah, I love that. Congratulations. And again, it's like the more deeper you see these little instances of like how it's a lot of repeating patterns, like how your parents showed love to you, or often how we, our point of attraction for partners, even if it's on an unconscious level. That's why they usually say that you date, one of your parents, all these things, and it comes from that time frame. So I love that for you.
Mhm.
Someone said God is my therapist.
Victoria, I'm not sure why you don't want to go to therapy or what have you. It sounded like you didn't. It's if you can,
It's to
like I would love to.
it's to dig into truth. But I'm doing it anyways.
Empty out all your baggage and throw it on the table. Yeah.
It's so cathartic, though. It's so good to rid that. I mean, it's well, and
It is so healing.
yeah, it's been beneficial for me. I was sober 10 years on New Year's because of my therapy from 11 years ago. I haven't had a drink in 10 years because of my therapist. So I don't know. Anyway, I
do think therapy is a good thing. That's why I'm doing it. I just, I've done, breakthrough breathwork sessions where I've released a lot of that stored trauma. So I don't really have, I guess, like the hatred or the anger towards it anymore, but it's more so the sense of the things that my brain has left out and forgotten that I can't release because I've literally just, it's not there. So basically something called EDMR, which I have never done it yet. I'm, going to start it on my next session, but that's what we're like to get into because there's a lot of stuff that I just have apparently blocked out. So, but I'm not looking to getting into that. Don't be sorry, man.
It'll go for you.
It's where the growth is. Like the growth is past the discomfort, and then you can release like the uncomfortable feelings, and then open up your heart.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
I think just to Victoria, looking into like hypnotherapy. Hypnotherapy is like really good too.
Yes, and ketamine treatment. I actually looked into that, and I knew some people that actually benefited from it. I lived in Chicago, and walking distance from a ketamine treatment center, like a real legit place.
I am about to be 2 years clean from ketamine, and I'm not gonna go down that again.
Cool. Never tried it. I know.
It's in my own personal opinion, and I know it helps people that do. But in my own personal opinion, it is still a chemical that is man-made. It's not a natural psychedelic. So I don't
Somebody on the other live said, is it EMDR? Is that what it is?
Somebody actually comes. I think it's EMDR.
EMDR is fantastic. Highly recommend. I did EMDR for trauma, and it was incredibly helpful. I've heard of it. I really don't know anything about it. I've heard of it though.
It's apparently the way she explained it to me, and we haven't started it yet, but she said that when I'm telling stories about something traumatic that happened, I'm telling it from the part of my brain, and apparently the trauma is stored in a different part, and the EDMR is like
something with your eyes, right? Yeah.
That activates that part of the brain.
Okay.
That's the best I can explain it. I have no idea.
Yeah, I knew it had something. I thought I remembered hearing it had something to do with eye movement, but I don't know much about it at all.
She said that it works a hell of a lot quicker than just talking about it, just talk therapy.
Okay. So do it for ongoing OCD. They also do it for OCD. Huh, that's really interesting. Yeah, I'd be interested to experience it and just see what it is.
Yeah.
I need to research it. Yeah. Or yeah, I've heard of that too. Tapping on each side of the body. Yeah. So Purusha. Yeah, I've seen that as well. Like tapping different places. I guess it associates different parts of the brain or something. Is that the idea?
Back in December, I was experiencing like a lot of
really
anxiety
interesting.
and I just found a video that was like tapping in different places while like speaking affirmations, and it like calmed my nervous system like almost immediately.
I'm really curious about that, like what the association is and how does it
I don't know the science
nervous system attuning.
So, like similarly to acupuncture, acupressure, there's different points in the body that it's running energy, right? So then it's just like bringing up that energy. So if you're feeling anxious, it's to help you release that energy, and that way you're like transmuting it through the tapping. It's really good too.
I wonder, is this like widely? Is it widely like EMDR tapping? Are those widely used? Are they widely, used with?
EMDR is probably like the older, more like psychology. EFT is still more of like would be considered like pseudoscience, I guess, where it's not like there's doing studies on it, same to like breath work, all these different things that they're like actively running research on, but it's just taking time, obviously.
Oh, I hate to do a non sequitur here, but I would like to leave so other people can get in.
Oh, I'm not letting anybody. I gotta go too. I'm not letting anybody else in. I'm out of here soon.
Can I simp for coins and follows? I want to have 1,000 followers. I want to have my face on the screen.
Yeah, Dave needs followers. Somebody, y'all go follow Dave. He needs followers.
Thank you, Rick. Hey, if you go to Dave in Galveston, you follow me. I think you don't have to follow me to look at it, but you can see Rick in real life.
On the streets.
I took a video of his butt.
Rick on the streets.
I'm going to the next time we see each other. Matt, who is Dave? I'm not sure. He's in Galveston. I know that.
Dave's in
Galveston.
Galveston.
I'm gonna let you go. Oh, look at that. Oh, wait, I'm getting coins.
You better not go yet.
What are they? Are they like Mario coins?
It's a compliment. It's a compliment.
Yeah. Luke Bank wants to talk. Cake wants to talk. Cake is pleading.
Oh, Rick.
Yes.
So
this is the guy you're going to follow. Thank you. This is great, and this is somebody. I think it was Lupe that said this is such a nice chat and everything, and it really is. You guys are really. Everything's really cool. I love what you're doing. Yeah.
The EDMR, there's been 35 controlled trials, and it says that 30 of the 35 were positive outcomes, 84 to 90% single trauma victims no longer have post-traumatic stress disorder after only 3 90-minute sessions.
Love it. And give me coins. And that's really cool. I hope that you, again, Cake's trying to force me out. Hey, I hope that it goes well. I'd love to ask you more questions, but, not in front of an audience. You know what I mean? I do want to say, not just follow me and give me coins, but I wanted to say, that there's like this big argument that's going on. While I guess I'm reading the chat, but there's a couple of people arguing and about, this and that. And the thing that I'm getting so much from, moving away from religion is such when you look at it as like it's all bullshit. And I'm sorry that, I put in things in crude terms, I guess. But when everything's BS, it's when you let that go, it's so freeing. Like, I'm not going to ever debate anybody about religion because, look, you can believe what you want. I beg you, just not try to get me to believe what you believe. Or don't make laws that take away what, my freedoms or my beliefs because look at that. Anyway, so this is just so good. And I'm so proud of you, Rick, for what it's worth. We talked about this stuff like just a little bit, we didn't. I got fired too quickly.
Yeah, Kate definitely wants to come up here.
Kate, Kate, give me a coin. Say what you want me to say.
So tired. I really am fading like super fast. I'm so tired.
All right. I love you.
Love you too, dude.
I love you, Rick. I love you.
So I'm gonna let those two on.
Okay,
but
I'll make some space. Give me a coin and I'll leave the cake.
but I'm
I don't even know what the coins are. I just see them. Hey, good night. Much love to everybody. This is so cool. Love you.
Say later.
Okay, no, you have to kick me out, right?
Yeah, you don't know how to leave, do you? Dave, I love you, dude. I'll see you soon. Okay, let's see. So I'm getting off at 1:45. Okay, y'all gotta hold me to that. I gotta get off at 1:45. I gotta get up early in the morning. I didn't sleep well last night.
Don't let me hold you to it because this is 12:34.
Let's see. Okay, Cake and Lupe.
Just based on
That's quite all right. I've been silent for the last 30 minutes. I've just been.
I had to mute myself because I was often, and all I thought I had was when Mona was in here. So
No, I'm getting over it too. But I've been fading big time, but I've been really enjoying just listening now because I've been talking for 4 hours. So it's been really good conversation. I love hearing this is very interesting stuff. I'm learning a lot listening to Awaken and Vic talk about these things. So, and I really want to look into this EMDR and all those kinds of things because I've heard about it. I've just never really looked into it. Okay, so Cake and Lupe, welcome. You're on borrowed time. I have to go to bed soon. Welcome, though. I'm really glad you're here. I'm just messing with you. I'm really glad you're here, honestly.
I wanted to really, really compliment you guys because without saying much, you've said so much to me. I am a 47-year-old He's Catholic, disabled veteran with so much trauma. And this may just be the answer that may just seriously take all of this anxiety and panic attacks away. Living a life of, am I adequate enough? Am I good enough? I can't die today because I haven't confessed my sins yet. And that would only mean I'm going to hell. And given up so many times because I might as well just go to hell. And this today means just so much to me. And
I'm not going to ask the questions right now, but I have so many questions because I want my children to know that what we have lived, it's not it. It's not it. And I want my kids to feel free. Just like I felt now, today, I feel free and it feels good. And I thank you. I too preached in Mexico. And it was not forced, but that's all I knew. So I was preaching something I didn't know. I was doing something that was just used to control me. My dad used religion to control me. My grandma used religion to control him. So I wish you could see inside what's happening in me today, but I don't have eloquent words. I can only tell you, I'm grateful for you. I'm grateful for today, for Victoria, for everybody that has spoken today. You guys have done something really great in my life. And
Appreciate
that's all I
that.
want to say.
Well, I'm sure you can
That's
message
awesome.
any of us. You can message any of us at any time too. And that was beautiful. You said it. You said it perfectly. That was beautiful. And don't judge yourself for the preaching you did. You only did what you knew to do. You know, there's nothing. There was nothing wrong with you. You did all that you could do. That's all that you could have done. So you
On
can
that
be.
topic, I don't quite remember what I preached about. And I am reminded constantly by my dad. I remember you spoke about this. No, I don't. It's like a dream. It's like, yes, like a dream. But thank you so much, guys, for the space. I know you guys have to get off in 7 minutes, so don't let me hold you. But thank you so much.
Free to
I
message us.
appreciate tonight.
Yeah, Lupe, I love you and I appreciate you very much.
I love you guys.
Have a
Me
good night.
too. Me too.
All right, Cake, what's up? How are you?
You know, that was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
That was wonderful. And I hate that she didn't let me go first because I have a bone to pick with y'all. Y'all could have left on a beautiful room. Like, that would have been beautiful, but like,
I can kick you. I can kick you, Cake, if that's.
Don't kick the cake. We gotta have the cake.
I'm joking.
I know you say you want to leave at like 1:45, 45. So I'm not going to overgraph that time. Let me see if I can condense my words.
What, do you have a question or?
I had words. Victoria was talking about her having a therapist. And I also have a cold too, so don't mind that. But she was talking about her having a therapist. And then she was like, oh, you know, somebody said, because I come to God as my therapist. She found that funny. I was heated because.
Sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it in a.
Don't be sorry. Stand on it. Stand on it.
I thought it was funny, but it wasn't in like a hateful kind of way.
You know, and y'all are allowed to have y'all different beliefs. And I'm not going to come here and make y'all believe in anything. But, you know, when you love God as much as I do, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know. It's like hearing, y'all haven't said many jokes, but we hear like y'all say things like Dave was cracking jokes. He came up here, I was like, oh my goodness, not the jokes about God or Jesus. He was like something about Jesus hating people. Like, it hurts me because I look like, you ever heard somebody talking or making jokes about people that you love? It hurts me. Mm-hmm. And I know the trauma and all that. Yeah, but you know what? Being a Christian is not for the weak. It's for the strong, and the strong will survive. So if you're weak, that's all right.
I would disagree with that, but that's okay. Because, you know, for me, believing would be I mean, I wouldn't call it weak, and I don't want to use those words or less or anything like that, but I think it's irrelevant. I don't think you need to believe anything. And I think that you would find much greater peace if you would let belief go and let all of that go and just be in this moment right here, right now, and not worry about all those kinds of things. Because belief is just that. It's belief. It's not knowing. It's taking the word of someone else or a book or somebody else's, what they claim is true. That's what belief is. That's exactly what belief is. So I don't agree that we're weak for not believing and you're strong for believing. I would totally disagree with that, and I wouldn't put in those terms.
It's not easy to walk with this. And when I say weak, I'm not saying you're weak like
I agree. I don't disagree with you there. I think, I got you now. Yeah, I think that was a little misunderstanding on my part. No, of course it's not easy, because I walked that walk as well, and it's very.
Same, yeah.
There's a lot of things that are hard about that are unnecessarily hard. Yeah, for sure, because there's a lot of judgment. You're walking the straight and narrow. You're constantly examining yourself to see whether you're in the faith or not, or did I have thoughts that I shouldn't? Did I say something I shouldn't? It is a hard walk. I agree with you, but I don't think it's necessary. I think you'd have a lot more peace outside of it. Not that it doesn't matter if you find your peace there. That's fine.
I do, but you know what? I didn't go through the Christian trauma. Like, of course, it's traumatic.
Mm-hmm.
It's different for me. So Jesus and
okay.
So Jesus took as much as I so Jesus as well, and we love each other. And so stop here. That's all I'm gonna say, Dave.
Dave's a good guy. Cake, you do have a very pleasant voice. There you go. He redeemed himself. I'm happy that you're happy. There you go.
Take up the last
minute. Well, hey.
Take up the last minute to respond to that.
Oh, go ahead.
I just want to say we had the same kind of love that you feel, Cake. We did at one time, and so I do understand where you're coming from, and you feel like you're strong because you deal with the criticism that comes at you, and you feel like that makes you a stronger Christian. I understand all of that, and the love was deeper than any love that I've felt for any person walking this earth. And sadly, it was shattered.
It hurts to hear that, y'all. If somebody had a weapon to my head and told y'all, I would on a line for God right now. Lord, take me now. I love so much. I wish I could. But we can wrap this up now. Rick, when I catch you on another day, we're going to talk on another day, because you being a pastor and you no longer being a pastor, I want to get into that, but not tonight.
That'll work. Also, you can go to rickquestionsthings.com too. And I actually just posted a post yesterday. It's not all I talk about. I talk about all kinds of things. I talk about living in the present. I talk about existence, things like that. But I did just post yesterday a post that it's titled "Why I Am No Longer a Christian." So you might find that interesting. You can read it and see what I have to say there, and then you can ask me some questions and we can have a conversation about it.
All right. Well, I don't want to take up most of your time. Y'all have a
All right. You too, Kate. All right. I appreciate you. Thanks for coming on.
Conversation from asking all the things I'm coming from.
Oh yeah, over and over.
Saying how if I'm saying that no one knows, then why do I believe in it if no one knows? Talking about why do I believe that there's energy, because it's proven that the energy is So thanks.
It's what we are. This is energy.
Where does the love come from? Now that I can answer. It comes from within. Like love comes from within.
Yeah.
The love that you feel that you have for someone else, like when you say, "Oh, I'm so in love with this person," it's not you actually being in love with the other person. It's just that other person is bringing out the love that already exists within you. Ram Dass, look it up.
Ram Dass is I love him. He's such a sweet guy, you know. He's such a sweet guy. Was, I guess. Yeah.
So, if me was like, you know, if you thought it was directed at you, I was more so laughing because it was like, okay, well, my therapist is going to be able to do all that stuff with me and not, you know.
Because you were thinking, I know what you were thinking, because it popped in my head. You're sitting on a couch and God's on the other couch. Like, how do you feel? So how did that make you feel? You know, that kind of idea, right?
Yeah, it just made me. It was just funny, but it wasn't like any kind of like hate directed towards her or anyone.
Yeah.
So.
Sure.
Just
Right. Exactly. Okay. Well, Dave said, "Go to bed, Rick," and I have to go to bed. I am so glad you guys are on. And what is it? What?
Just maybe alchemy. I didn't know what defense.
Well, you can self-reflect. Thank you for coming on, you guys. This has been awesome. I love you guys very much. You're my people. And Awaken with Annette. Are you still there? Yeah, I appreciate everything you had to say. It was very interesting. And it made me think a lot as well, like my own parenting. And I know exactly what you were talking about earlier, and it gave me a lot to think about. So I appreciate that.
Good. Yay. Yeah, it was good. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
And that's all it is. It's just raising awareness.
Right. Yeah, I loved it.
Thank you so much for holding space.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you. I'm gonna
good night.
I'm gonna text you. I'm gonna text you tomorrow. This breath instructor that did my breakthrough sessions. And it's a way to it's the stuff that you've gone through. I'm trying to get that energy out in a physical way through music. I'll send you that because I was highly recommended.
Awesome. Okay, cool. Very good.
Yeah, some EFT, great tools.
Yeah, definitely. Awesome. Well, cool. All right. Well, love you guys. I'm gonna let you guys off and then say goodbye to everybody and sign off.
Love you.
Yeah. No, don't worry about it.
Tasha, we're gonna be here to supervise this, all right?
All right. Yeah, love you guys. I'll see you all soon. All right. Dave, we'll see you, my friend. Dana, thank you. Thank you very much. I love you guys. Lauren. I don't know who's still over here. Amanda, if you're still there, I really appreciate that very much. That means a lot. Turn it off. Yep, I'm about to. I'm just saying good night. Jay Will, see you, my friend. It's been 4 hours and 33 minutes of live. No, actually more than that because I got off of that one from. So it's probably been like 4 hours and 40 minutes of live. I want cake now. Good night, Amanda. Thank you. I appreciate you. I love all you guys very much. Yeah, it was fun, Vic. I don't think Bustin's on here. And I bet, Tasha, Austin's snoozing. We all need cake now. I have some king cake. It's Mardi Gras season. I've got king cake. There's Austin. Love you, my friend. I figured you were out. Wrong. Here goes my long leaving. Hoping to join next week. Yeah, for sure. Definitely. So that's the other thing I wanted to say before everybody leaves. You guys all know this, but anybody else, missing me a lot. Why? Awesome. Go to rickquestionsthings.com. Go to rickquestionsthings.com and check out over here. There it is right there. Check out the things that I've written. Check out my shirts and my designs. I've got one-on-one sessions there if you're interested in that. And find me on Facebook and Instagram as well. So, also please subscribe on YouTube. I'm trying to build the YouTube account so that if TikTok ever decides that's enough, you're out of here, I have another platform built up. Because I have this backup account, Rick Questions Things too, but I'm really trying to focus on, I don't know, at some point migrating over. I want to start making some videos on YouTube and having that as a just in case, because it's probably one day going to be the case. All right. When do you go live again? Good question. So I always go live on Fridays. I know it's Saturday, but I had something going on yesterday. So usually Fridays, 9 p.m. Central. And then during the week, just a spontaneous live during the week, typically Tuesday, Wednesday, or something like that. And I'll put that on rickquestionsthings.com as well. So I'll put the announcement of when I'm going live during the week on rickquestionsthings.com. And, let me follow you back. And, or maybe I did already. I can't tell. I must have already. I'll check. Wow, baby, by then. So I may not be here next week. Wow. Oh, man. Good luck. Let us know how that goes. It'll be great. That's awesome. That's a beautiful experience. My gosh. Such a beautiful experience. What you're about to experience and just that whole experience, being there, the sounds, everything is just, it's going to be something that you think about for the rest of your life. That moment, that experience is something you're going to think about for the rest of your life. It's beautiful. It may not be your first one, so you may already know. All right. Well, I love you guys. Yeah, congratulations. I love you guys, and I will see you soon sometime during the week. Put it on Rick Questions Things, and then I'll see you Friday as well. Yeah, right, exactly. Oh, you're second. There you go, Lauren. 25 kids. An army. All right. Well, I love you guys. I will see you next time. Bye-bye. Good night. Good night.